Good evening and welcome to meeting number 1. Today is Tuesday, February the 18th of 2025, and tonight is our Corporate Service Committee meeting. Just a note to members of public, all cell phone, pagers, and or PDAs are to be turned off. Members of the public who are attending and participating virtually are reminded to keep their microphones muted until they are acknowledged to speak. Additionally, for your information, please be advised that this meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and will be available on the Township website. I'm your chair, Councillor Shelley Broderick, and I just have a couple of things to note tonight. Comments can be made from members of the public for a matter that is on the agenda by advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. The public may submit written comments for matters that are on the agenda to jpaylove@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting for consideration by the committee. Comments received after 4:30 p.m. on the day of the committee meeting will be considered at the following council meeting. Comments submitted are included in the record. As mentioned before, this meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and available on the Township website. It is my honor to read the Land Acknowledgement Statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. The land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Adirondack, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis and Inuit, from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the Regional Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands in which we live. Is there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and or conflict of interest? Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to maybe disclose at this point. I would have done it later, but going forward, later this evening when we start talking with the budget, I'm going to have to remove myself from all discussions related to budgetary matter items on the library board, considering my wife is actually part of that board. So out of a perceived conflict of interest, I'll declare that now.
Okay, do noted. Anyone else? Okay, moving on. As we started early tonight, that is so that we can make time for our next item on the agenda, which is our confidential matters. So the recommendation that the next portion of this meeting be closed to the public to considering the following pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001. 4.1, Director of Growth and Sustainability, Garrett Boersma. Applicable closed session exemption. Advice that is a subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Do I have a mover? Councillor Chichuk, and second by Councillor Riley. Any comments? And the vote will come up in front of you. Okay, and that moves us into, once we see. We'll move into close. Thank you. Welcome. We actually did start our meeting tonight at 5:30 as we had a confidential item to discuss, and I'm going to turn to the clerk as he has a recommendation and motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion that I have is that administration proceed as directed in confidential item 4.1, and I will need a mover and seconder.
Mayor Gannon and Councillor Maychuk.
The vote should be in front of you shortly.
And that carries. Well, thank you very much, and welcome, everyone. So we have no change in order of our items. We're all the way down to number 6 on your agenda. So change in order of items, there is none. We have no appointments or presentation. And number 8, request to address items on the agenda. So general rules for that are 1 hour in total shall be allocated for this section of the agenda, and each individual person shall only be provided with 5 minutes to address their issue. Some exceptions may apply. A response may not be provided, and the matter may be referred to staff. Are there any members of the public present who wish to address any items on the Corporate Service Committee agenda? Seeing none. IT, is there anybody, cyberly? There are none. Okay, thank you very much. Number 9, consent agenda items. Item CS0, oh, no, there's no consent agenda items. Communications, 10.1. Item CS0225, West Lincoln Age Friendly Advisory Committee, minutes of December 6, 2024 and January 10th, 2025. The recommendation is that the West Lincoln Age Friendly Advisory Committee minutes dated December 6, 2024 and January 10th, 2025 be received. Do I have a mover? Councillor Riley, and second by Councillor Trumbetta. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, and the vote will come up in front of you. And that carries. Item 10.2, CS03-25, the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. Minutes of November the 6th, 2024. The recommendation is that the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee minutes dated November the 6th, 2024 be received. Do I have a mover? Councillor Maychuk and Mayor Gannon. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, the vote will come up. And that carries. That brings us to 11, staff reports. Yes, you're right. 11.1, Director of Corporate Services, CFO, Caitlin Repovs, recommendation report T-02, 2025, the 2025 operating and capital budget update. The recommendation is 1, that the recommendation report T-02, 2025, titled 2025 Operating and Capital Budget Update, dated February the 18th, 2025, be received, and 2, that the 2025 general base tax levy of $10,363,130 be approved, and 3, that the 2025 hospital levy of $206,900 be approved, and 4, that the 2025 urban service area levy of $199,400 be approved, and 5, that the 2025 water and wastewater utility user fee and charges be presented in Schedule B with an effective date of July 1st, 2025 be approved, and 6, that administration be directed to prepare the final 2025 operating and capital budget report with all necessary attachments for presentation and approval at the February 24th, 2025 council meeting. Do I have a mover? Councillor Rayner, and Councillor Maychuk. One further addition for the public's note is that earlier in our meeting, Councillor Riley has declared a conflict on portion of this part of our meeting due to the fact that any decisions made on the library budget, that he would be declaring that conflict. So now we are going to get to our budget discussion. And I just wanted to start off by letting the public and committee members know that we are going to make our way through this budget in a very systematic manner, giving everybody the chance to have their talk and their time to ask questions. And I thought it would be best that we make our way around the horseshoe in a systematic order, for allowing each of the committee members to have about 10 minutes, ask about 2 questions and or comments. And then once we do once around, we'll go back around again until we get to a point where everybody has had the chance to ask their questions. At that time, there may be the need to break and have a recess so that our CFO and clerk to make any appropriate adjustments to the levy as well as the recommendation. And with that, I'm going to start to my left with Councillor Maychuk.
Oh, Madam Chair, if I just
of
have a brief
course.
presentation, if I can start
You're
that,
right.
if
I'm sorry.
if council's okay with that? Okay,
Almost.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, Council is presented with the Township's revised 2025 budget. As you will recall, at the January 27th meeting, Council was presented with a draft 2025 budget that reflected a total general and hospital tax levy of $10,749,440, reflecting a 7.21% increase over 2024. While administration still endorses this proposed levy, we have recognized the comments brought forward by Council at the January 27th meeting, with the ask to come back with a lower tax levy. So in response to this, administration has provided a path towards a reduced tax levy, which I will present those changes tonight. This presentation will outline how administration was able to find $179,410 in savings to lower the general tax levy. This is a 1.85% decrease over what Council saw on January 27th. Overall, the revised township tax levy now represents an increase of 5.4% over 2024 after growth. Significant work was taken to reach this current rate of after growth increase of 5.4%. At the conclusion of the presentation, we will provide further options for Council to select if you wish to lower the levy further. And I'd just like to extend my thanks to all of the senior leadership team for their work in contributing to this revised budget. And we are happy to answer any questions at the conclusion of the presentation. Just before getting into the changes, I just wanted to highlight a few quick key factors for Council to keep in mind. Just first, regarding assessment growth. For the 2025 year, we are seeing an assessment growth of 1.01% over 2024. So this means that the first $97,772 of the increase to the overall tax levy will not have an impact to the taxes paid by property owners. And this growth was a result of growth seen in the industrial and commercial assessment basis compared to 2024. Now to discuss what a 1% tax levy change looks like. So for every $97,091 of an adjustment to the tax levy, this would equate to a 1% change in the general tax levy. And then that 1% change is an approximate $16 difference to the West Lincoln portion of the taxes for an average residential home. And the average assessment for a residential home for the 2025 year is $390,400. And please note that MPAC valuations are still based on the January 1st, 2016 assessment dates, and at this point, we don't have any further news as to when the next assessment cycle will take place. The budget presented at the January 27th meeting included a general tax levy of $10,542,540. That levy has now been reduced to $10,363,130, which represents a reduction of $179,410. I will now go through the specific changes that were made in this budget. The first is that we were able to reduce the transfer to capital-related reserves by $120,000. Which resulted in a reduction to the levy by 1.24%. So this is attributable to two items. The first is regarding the budget for Project 1185, which is the Silverdale Road resurfacing project, which spans from 20 Mile Road to Regional Road 20. This project was further analyzed by administration upon recently receiving a pavement geotechnical report that better informed administration of the existing pavement structure and subsurface condition of this road. While the project scope would remain the same, a new budget is proposed of $1.2 million. So this is a reduction of $300,000 from the project budget seen at the January 27th meeting. So this expenditure reduction allows for a decrease in the capital reserve transfer in 2025. In addition, as administration continues to work on the 2024 year-end financial analysis, further review has been done for the levy-funded reserve transfer requirements, and this has resulted in further reserve adjustments in the amount of $10,000 reduction for the facility reserve transfer, a $10,000 reduction in the required planning reserve transfer, and a $100,000 transfer to the capital reserve. And it's important to note that the 2025 reserve transfers that remain within the budget would still allow for the appropriate funding of the 2025 capital and special projects. And no other changes have been proposed to the capital and special projects that are within the 10-year plan at this point. Administration was able to reduce the wages and benefits budget by a total of $59,410, which has resulted in a decrease to the levy of 0.61%. The first item related to this is regarding the removal of the community engagement and events coordinator position. As council may recall, through the 2024 operating budget, council approved a temporary role of community engagement and events coordinator within the recreation department, which represented a 0.5 FTE, or full-time equivalent. This 0.5 position was originally included in the draft 2025 budget that council saw at the January 27th meeting. And while administration still endorses the retaining of this position, based on feedback received, along with the need to balance our budget pressures, administration has now removed the role from the 2025 base budget. So this has resulted in a decrease to the levy of $53,840. In addition, the West Lincoln Public Library Board met on February 6th and approved a reduction to the part-time public service assistant pooled hours by 210 hours, which was resulted in a decrease to the levy of $5,570. The Library Board has approved further changes to their budget at their February 11th meeting. Based on the timing of when this information was received, these changes have not been incorporated into the budget in front of council this evening. However, administration will present the changes approved by the Library Board in the final report going to council on February 24th. And I'll just speak to those changes verbally to give council an update on what that will look like. So the changes that the Library Board most recently approved were to decrease the hourly wage of the public service assistant position from the original request of $20.80 per hour to $19.80 per hour. And there's also been an approved further decrease in part-time hours. So this impact that will be presented at the February 24th report and meeting will reflect a decrease in the levy of $18,010 or a 0.19% levy reduction. There were also some small changes made to two capital projects, the Caister Branch revitalization and the Makerspace project. There have been no changes to the dollar amounts, however, just shifting in when the spending takes place. And there's no impact to the levy regarding those two project changes. This slide shows the revised 2025 budget presented to council tonight, and that it requires a $10,363,130 levy. Overall, as presented, the overall increase to the levy when factoring in both the base and the hospital would be 5.4% increase over 2024. For comparative purposes, in the last column in this table, administration has also included the original 2025 budget and what the percentages look like at the January 27th report. This next slide shows us the estimated impact of the revised 2025 budget for an average homeowner's tax bill for an average residential assessment of $390,400. So this is just looking at the township portion of the tax bill and is not including the region or education portions. And for comparative purposes, we have also included the original draft figures that is to the left of the green highlighted column. So as you can see, what an average homeowner would see with this budget in front of council tonight, it would be an overall increase of 5.32% over 2024. And this would be for a property that's outside of the urban service area. This would equate to a $90.34 increase, annual increase over 2024, or a $7.53 monthly increase. For the same property that's in the urban service area with the same assessment value, the average increase would be 5.35% over 2024, or a $94.50 annual increase, or $7.88 monthly increase, or per month. And this slide here shows what the estimated impact would be for an average homeowner for their entire tax bill. So this takes into account what the blended rate would look like. And please note the region's portion of the tax bill was calculated with taxation rates that have not been approved by their council yet and are subject to change. So the blended increase of 6.36% represents what the average impact would be. And that includes all three taxing authorities. So the municipality for the township, the hospital, the municipality, the region, and education. And I'd just like to emphasize that the only item that is within the township's jurisdiction is the municipal line of the tax bill. Just to add some further perspective to this, if council wanted to lower the overall increase on the tax bill by 1%, it would require a decrease of $305,000 to the township portion of the levy. And at the January 27th meeting, council was presented with a blended rate of 6.94% over 2024, just for further information. Okay. In addition to the adjustments we discussed on the previous slide, administration have provided a few other options to further lower the levy if that was council's wish. So any of these items would result in additional decrease to the levy, And a separate resolution would be required to direct administration to make these changes to the 2025 budget. The first option is regarding removal of Project 1221, Trees for All from the 10-year capital plan. Trees for All represents a Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority-led initiative where funding is provided to enable tree plantings on private and public property. More information on this project is included on Schedule D to the January 27th budget report. This is a 3-year project spanning from 2025 to 2027 with a total budget of $30,000, and it's funded through the capital reserve. If this project was eliminated from the 10-year plan, this would result in a decrease to the levy of $30,000, and it would not result in any service level changes to the public. The next option is regarding use of the planning reserve in order to fund the loss in developer contribution for planning department position. So as discussed during the 2024 budget process, the landowners group is not providing funding in the amount of $121,200 that was to be used towards an additional planning department position. The 2024 levy impact was $61,200, with the remaining $60,000 funded from the planning reserve. In the 2025 budget, administration has proposed the full impact of this position on the levy, so that $60,000 is currently included in the 2025 levy rather than funded from the planning reserve. However, council could opt to for the deferral of this $60,000 on the 2025 levy and have it instead funded through the planning reserve. This would mean that the full impact of the position with that remaining $60,000 would be deferred for 1 more year, and it would be included on the 2026 levy. And if this was done, it would result in a decrease to the 2025 levy of $60,000, or 0.62% decrease to the levy. And it would not result in any service level changes to the public. The last option presented to council tonight would be removal of the budget for the community group grants program. The township has historically provided funding in the budget towards a community sponsorship program for local not-for-profit organizations. Currently, the 2025 budget has an amount of $15,610 towards this program. And if it were to be eliminated, it would result in a decrease to the levy of $15,610. While this would not result in a service level change provided to the general public, these not-for-profit organizations would likely be negatively impacted by this loss in funding. And these 3 options have been presented to council this evening, as they would not result in any service level changes or the elimination of any permanent staff. So council can direct administration to include one or all of these options, and this would result in a new levy if you choose. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Director. Now it's the time for the questions. I'm going to go to Councillor Maychuk first.
Through the chair to the CAO, first of all, I think you've done a really good job with your staffing, identifying weaknesses and doing some restructuring. I'm curious about this impact by reduction of the community engagement and events coordinator. Do you see any fallout? Okay, are we going to be doing less community engagement, or is there any concerns that some events we might not be able to host, or is this going to be filled by somebody else in terms of the responsibilities?
Through you, Madam Chair. This was something certainly that we looked at internally, and I think what we were looking to first and foremost is the fact that council had identified this the previous year as a temporary role. So respecting that direction, we wanted to make sure this was brought back for council's review as per that direction. Admittedly, though, the current structure in recreation is stretched from a staffing perspective. There is work being done this year to review staffing levels through the Recreation Parks Master Plan. And the consultants are going to come back with some recommendations around that and potential changes to the fee structures, which might allow us in the future to fund this position differently. I think that what we do expect is some additional challenges this year in producing those events, but it is administration's intent to continue to produce those events that we produced last year in 2025. A time study was presented to council in January, which was last month, and in that time study it showed the number of hours that were being put in on a staff on a person basis, and that did show that staff were working well above the maximum what a full-time would allow in a week. So what we would expect is there would be additional effort above and beyond the standard work week that would be required to produce these events. Now, through the restructure, we did have a new director position that council did approve. So the leadership apparatus of that department is changing, and we've got some additional support coming in that our hope is going to be able to take a review of how that department's operating. And I will look to advice, and will bring any advice that the new director has to council throughout the year if we do need any assistance. But right now, the intent would be to continue to produce the events that we did last year, admittedly with less resources. But we're going to get the new director on board, see how that's going, and if there are any challenges operationally, we'll return to council later in the year.
Yes, just quick, even though it's a small amount of money through the chair, probably to our city treasurer. In terms of that community groups funding, it's only 15,000, but how many groups does it impact? And you used the word sponsorship. Is there an amount that goes out to these groups? I'm just curious if the negative impact, if it was to be reduced or cut, what it might do to these groups in terms of their ability to fundraise, or could they augment this through other means? I'm just curious what the impact would be and the number of groups affected.
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Maychuk. So the allocation that is for the community sponsorship program of $15,610 in the 2025 budget. So in the past, it's been a similar amount. In terms of the number of recipients of this grant, it is around 10. The number of recipients can vary a little bit year over year, but there are certain organizations that apply year over year. And that is through a grant application process as well. Each of the interested not-for-profit organizations needs to submit an application, and a report is presented to council with administration's recommendation on how that funding.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Mayor Ganan.
Okay, so thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Piggybacking on what Councillor Maychuk just said, to our Director of Finance, are most of those groups, as they have been in the past, cemeteries connected to churches that are still open and actively engaged in looking after their cemetery?
Through Madam Chair to Mayor Ganon. So the specific value that we brought forward to council, the $15,610, that is specifically just for the sponsorship for the local not-for-profit organizations. It is not including the grants that are provided to the cemetery or the hall boards.
So historically, though, those grant applications in the past, and we don't have that report in front of us, have been mostly small cemeteries. So United Church and St. Luke's and Casterville. So I guess my point being, it looks like a good quick way to save and slice off some money, but those are just volunteers who are busy looking after those facilities. And if they didn't do so, then we would end up looking after them. So I just want to be very sure that before we look at something as sort of an easy thing to lop off, that we aren't lopping off some funding that's keeping those properties being managed by people who are doing that on a volunteer basis. So that would be the first thing. So just so that members of council know and so that members of the public know. I think that's something that we don't want to do. I'm going to spend my second time actually by offering a bit of praise to you, Caitlin, and also to the library board. So I did send a note to Caitlin today saying that I was prepared to speak about the library application. And so what's happened with the library, of course, unlike some of the other directorships where the directors can say, oh, okay, by tomorrow at noon hour, I can provide you with a way of saving X number of dollars. The library board can't do that. The CAO has to work with the board, which means calling a board meeting and getting everybody in place. And so meeting deadlines has been very difficult for them in terms of looking for some ways to save some funding. And so I think what I'd like to do is actually commend the library board for the work that they did in finding some ways to save a little bit of money this year. And also by way of explaining to members of council and also to members of the public the fact that the library board is sort of a side arrangement with the municipality whereby they operate under the Public Libraries Act, and their board is responsible for a lot of that decision making, and the CEO is just sort of represents that board to council or to the public. Whereas the directors in each of our internal organizations can actually look at their budget and say, oh, as Mr. DiPaolo found, oh, here's a way that we can save money based on a new finding, a new study. The library board is a little bit different from that. So, but both of you have worked very well. So thank you, Madam Director, for acknowledging the fact that although they were late, you have taken that into consideration. I appreciate that. And again, thank you to the board for actually taking the time to look at their budget accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trumbetta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know a lot of work was put into the budget. There's a lot of items in there that, again, I say that staff puts in as a basket of eggs, and it's up to council to decide to what pull out and what we want. But the message is clear that from our residents that taxes are high. And that's especially if you go back to the surveys that are, I guess, from people responding into the municipality. Their comments on the budget are that taxes are high and people are feeling the pinch right now. I hear it from my residents. Taxes are high. That's usually you get that I guess that phone call from the resident around the July time when their assessment comes in the mail and they don't see it happening when we approve it in February, but they feel the pinch in July, and I guess all of us feel those phone calls. There's some stuff that I still want to see taken out. I find that there's also one thing is this commitment to the planning position that was never committed by the developers. I still don't see why we have to still commit it, even though this should be still on them. But again, it's going to be on the back of the taxpayers for that, and that's one thing that's a sticking point with me and one of other many things in this budget. I still think it's high, and I'd like to see it come down. There's some things that can be removed to cut it down some more, but the increase, especially coming from the region, and then with us, it's we're not making, our pays aren't going up, but as everyone says, our taxes are. So that's one sticking point. But I might come back. Those are just my comments at the moment, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming to me on starting from the left, and but I'll come back probably
It's
afterwards.
my pleasure. And I'm going to go to Councillor Rayner next.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a long list of items, but respecting the Madam Chair's, bring up a couple first, and then from there, we'll wind it down as we proceed. My first question goes through to the Fire Chief. These are preliminary questions I have that lead to the meat and a little bit later. With regards to the fire department, do they do house inspections, commercial inspections, and industrial inspections of facilities in the off time when they're not fighting fires? In other words, are they out there to see situations that could prevent a future situation from happening? I know Hamilton used to have these where they go around and they would go into people's homes and they would check to make sure that there's not a lot of flammable material laying everywhere, especially people that are hoarders or their smoke alarms aren't working, et cetera, et cetera. Is there a proactive program both in the urban and the rural area that our fire department does?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Rayner. We did do a knock on the door, check your smoke alarm, check your CO. Fire prevention falls on the deputy. That's his part of his portfolio. So we do mandatory inspections, group homes, schools. We do the villa every year annually, but commercially and residentially, it's all on complaint basis or request.
Through you, Madam Chair, also agriculture?
It would also be on request.
So it'd be safe to say that the vast majority of the Township of West Lincoln is not really inspected by the fire department?
I would say it's a lot of places to inspect. Without having a full-time fire prevention person to look after those inspections, it all relies on the deputy chief's portfolio. And as you know, he still runs the call. He maintains personnel. So he has a full plate, but he does his annual inspections that he has to do under his mandate. That's legislated that he has to do. But outside of that, it's all on complaint and request basis.
All right, thank you. That's my first question, and I'm allowed two, so I'm on to phase two now. With regards to the, what is called, I called it the MERS, the Disease Transmission Center, the Dougie Dome, or the Rec Center, whatever you want to call it, through to the CAO, was there ever an operating master plan for that facility that you have seen, both for operations and for staffing? The reason I'm asking this is when this building was first built, our Mayor Joyner that was pushing it said that we will build a new building, but there won't be any additional costs associated with maintaining it and operating it. And it's now been running for a while, and I've always had in the back of my mind that that just didn't add up to me. And I asked Caitlin, I will ask her because I pre-asked her to look into this, but I'm asking the CAO, did you ever find a master operating or staffing plans that you could look at it and know exactly what's going on there and what the implications to the taxpayers of this township are for the operations of that facility?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, no, there's not one that I've seen. I know, though, that there is a Parks and Recreation Master Plan under development, and some of that work is being looked at through that process, and I'd suspect there's going to be a series of additional recommendations coming through to Council to action some further work around that.
Through you, Madam Chair, did you find that rather strange that a building that was costing $31 million on a large tax burden to the township did not have a master plan?
Thank you, and through you again, Madam Chair. Ideally, there is a master plan, there is an operational plan, a business plan, a service delivery plan created when any new facility is brought into fruition. Oftentimes, and this isn't unique to West Lincoln, that these plans don't get developed when the facility is delivered as a matter of cost savings. Ideally, you get these delivered. They're tremendously beneficial when you do have them. It was not delivered, and I wasn't around at the time to explain why that didn't happen.
The reason, thank you, Mr. CEO, the reason I ask this is in order to effectively, efficiently operate something and know what you're doing, you have to have some kind of set plan so that you know who's going to be in what place. And obviously, the accounting department will say these are the costs associated with doing that. So through the, still on question two, through the chair to Caitlin, did you happen to find out the staffing requirements for the old arena versus the new? I'm not talking about the library because that's separate. I'm talking about just what was in the old building, moved to the new building. What is the staffing and what are the financial changes to that? Are there any, or was our former mayor correct and it was neutral?
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Rayner, so I can provide some information regarding staffing level changes. I will just preface this with saying that the new positions that were brought on are not fully allocated to the arena, but they would be servicing parks and recreation facilities beyond just the arena. So in the 2019 budget, an additional arena and parks operator was approved. A customer service and administration clerk for the recreation center was approved. along with our recreation program wellness position was converted from a part-time to full-time. In addition, in the 2020 budget, a supervisor of facilities, parks, and arena was also approved. So these were staffing level changes seen post-2019.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Caitlin, what is the financial number does that represent on a yearly basis then that was not there prior to the old building?
I don't have that information readily available, but I can calculate
But those 4
it.
positions are the increased costs, so we would assume it would be $200,000-$300,000. The reason I'm going through this is because when this was approved in 2017, 18, and 19, there was a 5.0, a 5.0, and a 5.2% tax increase to the tax base of this township that was put in the tax base that would be there permanently for 27 years. So what I'm saying is, not only is that built into this number, so this number is 7.21, add your 15.2 to it, but also compound adding that the previous mayor was incorrect, that the cost of the new facility is continuing to cost the taxpayers of this township a heck of a lot, and I'll be polite because that's not the word I really want to use, cost to the tax base of this township to maintain. And what's even worse is it broke down a little while ago, and it's a fairly new building, the ice rink, and it wasn't even under warranty. So I would just bring that up as a first point, but I really wanted to discuss with the CAO with regards to the master plan of staffing, because that really, to me, sets the precedent on how this thing is operated, and it appears it was not operated on a management, structural, disciplinary way in any way, shape, or form. It was kind of a ad hoc, do whatever in the heck you want, because there's no guidelines for you to follow. So that doesn't seem like a very responsible way to be looking after a $31 million building that's putting a massive tax increase on the taxpayer, and nobody's controlling it. That was my point on this, and I'll get to the others when I have my second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rayner, and under 10 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Chichuk?
Well, Madam Chair, I think I have to use one of my questions on this one just to get a corollary to the position there, and if I might, I'll just have more questions later on. So, through you, Madam Chair, to the Director, we keep hearing about the fact that this is a 2016 assessment base, not a 2025 or a 2020. But in fact, if the Township of West Lincoln, which has not been having a lot of growth, and last year had industrial assessment, we actually got a benefit from the fact that they pay a much higher tax. If the 2020 assessment, which has not been put into place by the province, is put into place, my understanding is there's not much of a change in most municipalities on what's going to happen between residential and commercial. So in fact, we're not really going to get hit by any major things. Am I correct? Because that's what I heard from the province at the last Roma conference.
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Chichuk, yes, I would agree with you that I don't think we're expecting to see a major change. It will all depend, of course, what the MPAC through the province does with the new assessment cycle and when that will occur. But when the reassessments are eventually done, we hope to not see a significant change. The amount of the levy that is required by the township will stay the same regardless of any assessment changes that come through MPAC.
Right. So I think we're both saying the same thing, and that is that no one is sitting waiting for something hovering over their heads. If there was a major change, then like there was with the first part of value of the assessment-based taxation, it would probably be phased in, and that might be what the province would do. There are other avenues that the province may undertake if there was a huge shift going one to the other. So, having said that, I now ask a question about the rec center, and if anybody, regardless of the fact that we had or didn't have a growth plan, a business case, we had a pent-up desire for a substantial amount of play activity and recreation for young people in our community. And while we look at things that are happening in other municipalities, I see our youth opportunities increasing at the rec center. I see our young people's and seniors programs increasing. Tai Chi, recreation, yoga. There's pickleball. There is so many things that the recreation center, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're being used between 6 in the morning and somewhere about 2 in the morning. It's a very robust schedule that we have, and if anybody wants to correct me, please do so. But if we were to look at any kind of the increase, and if Director Repov is explaining that we've had about 5 additions of people, could they be attributed to growth in the community, as well as the growth in activities that we've sponsored, that we allow to happen, and not just the fact that we have expenses at the arena that are out of control? Do we know how much is attributed to more hours, more activities, more opportunities for our youth and seniors and people in between? Or have we just put into place supportive measures to have staff in place to allow the facility to be used almost 24 hours a day? Have we been measuring that, whether it's you or whether it's the CAO? The question is pretty simple. Have we been expanding the number of hours available? Have we been expanding the programs? So not all of the cost at the recreation center is attributable to increasing expenses based on an old arena budget of 2019. That's what I'm really trying to achieve, because I'm not really sure that it would be an appropriate belief that, here's what I'm getting at, I might as well tell you, is that I don't believe that the head of council at that time could be tarred with the fact that all the costs at the recreation center are purely because it's more expensive to run. Right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, and then perhaps to Director DePaula for some addition. From everything that staff and administration in the community center, from all of the work that staff in our community center do on a day-to-day basis, it is clear that the community makes very good use of that facility. And while we are offering a great range of programming that is certainly accessed and seems to be very appreciated by the community, I think that the point and the lack of, when we say there's no operational plan in place, there's a high likelihood that there's some additional opportunities within the envelope of that building that we could take advantage of through expansions of programming. Along with that, there's also likelihood that there are some additional revenue offset opportunities through a review of the fees in that building. So while there is not an operational plan in place, I think what does that translate into? Potentially the facility is being underutilized. And I think council had some conversation around that last year as we were talking about the Christmas shutdown, the facility being opened during that time, and demand from the public. So I think the work that needs to be done right now is assessing what is the demand in the community for this programming. We need to take a look at the revenue structure and the fees to see, in offering new programming, are there revenue opportunities to offset the delivery of that? We believe that there's a high likelihood of that, and there's consultants working on that work right now. So it shouldn't go out there, it shouldn't be believed by the public that there's out of control spending in the community center. That's not the case. We believe that the facility is likely underutilized. Staff there are doing the best they can with the resources that have been provided to them. And when we get the master plan completed, I suspect that council is going to have some opportunities to provide some expanded programming to the community, at the same time seeing some significant revenue offsets to provide that programming. And perhaps Mr. DePaula has some further insights.
Yeah, thank you, through Madam Chair. The only other thing I'd like to add to that is once a year we do provide a report in the spring, probably around April of every year, just kind of summarizing what's been taking place at the community center. It's kind of our way of benchmarking. Obviously there was a period there where we weren't really open to the general public. But we have some good data in 2019, 2022, 2023-ish, 2024, and that report has and we're going to present another one in the spring of this year. And that report kind of has a whole bunch of appendices that talks about the ice usage and what our trends are, youth programming, adult programming, partnerships with the library. So we do provide an annual report just to kind of do some internal benchmarking exercise, and we're kind of using that report to seek out further opportunities to expand our programming.
To clarify, thank you, Madam Chair. We're doing a lot more programs. We have a lot of, we have community groups that are funding some of the programs, like Thursday Night Open Gym is funded by the Kiwanis. I know that for a fact. There are others that are opportunistic because they have fees. So all I want to make sure of is that if we look at it, our increased cost at that arena, if we were to choose and call it that, may not be increased cost, but increased programming with opportunities for more use than we had when we opened in 2019.
Thank you very much. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will note that I think Councillor Rayner found a really creative way of asking 7 questions, not 2, just to clarify. Okay, yeah, being polite. Yeah, okay. Yes, and so I guess I'll start off with something close to me. So through you to our Director of Finance, when we had our meeting, I guess just the other couple weeks ago or so, one of the takeaways I'd hoped to see, I don't see it here, so maybe I'm missing it, but I kind of wanted to see an option of what it would look like regarding the urban service area tax that the Ward 3 residents, in my opinion, are unfairly charged. So my question to you is, if we were to remain status quo, which is approximately $4 and I think it was 83 cents or something like that, what would be your recommendation to fund this? Because I would, for me to support this budget, I'd really like to see that back at last year's total. My hope was that it would be dealt with through some kind of surplus. So before moving forward with the rest of the budget, I'd love some insight from you where we could possibly fund that little difference there. That will mean so much to so many people in my ward in particular who are doing their best and their due diligence to pinch pennies where they can. As Councillor Trumbetta mentioned, other members of the council have mentioned, times are tough, and we have to make some hard decisions tonight, and some wants are going to have to get shelved. So right now, I think this is a small ask, and my hope is that you'll be able to provide some insight on how we can make that a reality.
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Riley, if Council's desire was to keep the urban service area tax levy the same as it was in 2024, so to have no increase, the only way that we would be, administration would be able to do that would be a transfer from either the sidewalk or streetlight reserves to help offset the increased costs that the levy has pressures from. So that would be the solution there if council were to desire that. I mean, ideally, though, administration would not, fully recommend that, as the reserve contributions are needed for future capital projects and to support the 10-year capital plan. But that would be one way that we could bring that recommendation forward, if that was council's wish.
Appreciate that, and I'll probably be asking about that at the time, Madam Chair. For those who aren't in Ward 3, as we start to urbanize some of the rural wards we have, our wards 1 and 2, they're going to have to be captured in that at some point as well, and they're going to want to be more mindful of that, because as they start getting their own sidewalks and their own upgraded street lighting, they will be urbanized, and so that is also a bigger picture down the road, which will then indirectly we'll see some reduction as more people get on board, but right now we're not quite there. My second question is more a follow-up to Councillor Maychuk's inquiry regarding the events coordinator, and so my question to you too, I think it's going to be, I'll go to our CEO and he can decide whether or not who the best person to speak is, but my biggest concern is impacts to our Santa Claus parade, and so this is right now our biggest most social event we have in our community that really brings majority of the community together. I want to make sure that whatever decisions made here tonight, that we have the assurance that that is not going to be impacted. In fact, that parade has only been getting better and better as the years go on, and that is probably the biggest thing we do for the community. So through you, Madam Chair, to the CEO or whoever he feels is appropriate, can we have some insurance that, or assurances, sorry, can't even speak. Can we be assured that this is not going to impact that in any way?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps I'll begin, and then Mr. DePaula can add in some further thoughts. Again, the council was provided a report in January that provided a time study of the events that we put on last year. And what that time study showed is that the staff that are delivering that event are operating at and above capacity, at and above the number of hours that they ought to be put in every week. And it's important when running an organization of this size that we're mindful of the demands that we're putting on our staff and making sure that there's career-life balance in the work that they're doing. The report, if reviewed, would show you that events coordinator position is extraordinarily beneficial in taking or spreading the work burden across the existing staff with one resource to assist in the delivery of these events. So if losing this resource will cause additional work for existing staff, and I think we've got to be mindful of that. I think that what we're looking at right now in the recommendation that this is a possibility for council to reduce the levy is that we do have part of the restructuring that was done is bringing in a director with a focused responsibility for that area. That gives an opportunity to look at the operations there and see if there's anything that we can do from an efficiency basis or an alternative means of delivering through potentially setting up a budget line to not hire a staff person but get additional support if needed. I think what we would need to do, though, is take a look at this and potentially come back to council later in the year after the onboarding of the new director to see what the plan to deliver these events would be. Now, there's not a lot of time between now and getting these events off the ground. So, you know, our recommendation when the initial budget was delivered to you, retaining that position, we did see a tremendous amount of benefit in, but we understand the need to keep downward pressure on the levy, and that's why that temporary position, as council had outlined it to us last year, is being removed from the budget.
That's well said. Okay, so if I may, Madam Chair. So again, I think I got my answer there, and I certainly understand the reality of the situation. You know, I know that when I was the liaison for the parade committee, when it was members of the community that were part of it, you know, a big part of our success was the fundraising aspect. And I'm wondering if maybe sometime down the road, not a question so much for now, but maybe for later, is that if we're in a position that we're able to still embrace that component, maybe that could also be used to help fill in the gap for a position like this at that time, because again, this is we certainly don't want to see an event like that go to the wayside there. At the same time, you know, a big part of, I think, all of us when we were at the door knocking and people expressed that they wanted to see more events and more services like that really help bring the community together. So I think that would be a much great loss if that is going to be impacted somehow. So that's all my questions for now. I'll ask more later when I'm permitted.
Thank you. Great first round of questions. I as well have a couple. So my first question is directed to the Director of Finance and Corporate Services in regards to the IT upgrades to the council chambers. And a little bit, I read the report, and I guess a little bit of further clarification. And what, if any, impact to the levy would there be if that was to be pushed off? Because I believe it was $35,000. Other than the annoying thing that you can't tell when your mic is on, these screens seem to work fine for me.
Through the chair to yourself. So the project that you're referring to, Project 1217, is for council chambers technology upgrades. So this project is related to the screens that are located in council chambers. So the risk of not completing in 2025, as the project is currently in this year, would be that the risk of the current screens failing. And that means that would provide a result in a community service experience issue. And, you know, for those that are within the council chambers, the ability to provide information through the screens would not be possible, or it would be very limited. So that would be a potential risk if the project was pushed off. Currently, the project is funded through a transfer from our facilities reserve, which is a levy-funded reserve. So I hope that answers your questions.
Just not completely. So if that was pushed off, say to another year or two, would the impact be that full 30,000 being taken off of the levy?
If the project were deferred by a year or two, it would not have a change to the reserve contribution in 2025, just because if it's only a year or two that it shifts off, it won't impact the reserve transfer required. If it was delayed several years into the future or completely removed, it would have an impact at that point.
Okay, thank you. My second question is to Director DiPaolo. Just looking at some of the big purchases that were slated to have for Public Works in 2025, and drew my attention down into future years such as 2028, 2030, 2031, and there seems to be like some bulk buying in certain years. And I was curious, first off, if that's done intentionally. I just kind of think about in my home life, both my husband and I don't buy a car on the same year, so I just kind of, when we spread it out so it's not as painful from, you know, in 10 years from now or whatever, our cars decide they all both need to be replaced. So is it intentional, or is it just kind of the way that it has worked out?
Through the chair, can I get some clarification? Are you talking about road projects, or are you talking more about fleet?
I'm talking about the dump truck purchase.
Dump truck, yeah.
And the tandem dump truck and plow unit, and then there was a 1-ton dump truck that was going to be replaced as well within 2025. And then if you look further down, you can see that some of those other types of purchases are also, you know, kind of lumped together in certain years.
Yeah, so through the chair, the reason for that is most of our equipment is replaced on a 10-year cycle. So currently, that's kind of how our forecast is developed. Again, it's a forecast for 2025. Those two tandem axle dump trucks that are big ticket dollars, unfortunately, they really do need to be replaced this year. The current fleet that we have are 10 years old. They're experiencing a lot of maintenance issues. We looked at potentially pushing one or two off into the future, but those two tandem axle dump trucks are required in 2025. So to answer your question, yeah, we kind of work on a 10-year renewal, and that's kind of how the chips fall for this budget.
Yes, it is a big chunk to undertake, and would it be good for me to think that the 1-ton dump truck for $110,000 is also in that same state of repair, or could that be pushed off?
That is through the chair. It's also in a state of repair where it needs to be replaced this year. We could look at deferring it for 1 year, but then I would have to defer to the Director of Corporate Services, because as she mentioned earlier, delaying it 1 or 2 years may not have an impact. I really can't speak to that, but that's kind of the situation. If we can defer it to a year, I don't know what the impact would be to the levy.
Director of Finance, could you make a comment on that?
Through to the chair. So the project 485 for the 1-ton dump truck, that is currently funded through a transfer from the equipment reserve. If this project was deferred just by 1 year, I would not recommend a change to the required reserve contribution to the equipment reserve. So no levy impact.
Yeah, what about 2 years? I'm sorry, what about 2 years?
Oh.
Sorry.
Through the chair,
I
I
thought
would.
you were calculating.
I'd have to review that if it was deferred for until 2027, just to see what the impact would be.
And then just I guess a comment and maybe the CAO could respond, or the Director of Public Works, in regards to kind of the blocking of some of these big purchases, and how that in the future we may be able to help save ourselves a little bit from this, almost $1 million situation that may occur in 10 years from now, that, we could look at spreading some of these big ticket items out a little bit more, so that we're not all lumped together in certain years and finding them to be as costly. I don't know if the CAO would like to make a comment about that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Certainly, I think I'm going to need to be backstopped somewhat here. Just a cautionary message to Council on the equipment purchases. Oftentimes, and perhaps Mr. DePaula has some further information behind this, and if I'm incorrect, I'm sure he will let us know as well. But oftentimes, it's the operational costs of maintaining these older equipment that, when you look at a cost-benefit of this, you end up paying more by not life cycling the vehicle when it comes up due. And if that's the case in this instance, I'm sure Mr. DePaula will underscore that. Secondly, and this would be for Ms. Ripovs to make sure I'm on the mark on this one as well, the lump sum, while it appears in the budget that there's significant pulls coming in different years, we have reserves set up to take the lip off of those. So while there may be some large purchases in year 3, 5, 7, the reserve transfer system is set up to from the levy perspective, smooth over those significant spikes in the need for tax dollars. Ms. Ripovs is nodding her head, so I'd add that in for consideration as we're looking at these vehicle purchases. This is the benefit of having reserves, and perhaps Mr. DePaula has some further insights.
Through the chair, just want to, just to reiterate what the CAO said. We do look at the maintenance cost, and we put in the budget what, equipment that is at a 10-year life cycle. It's the best bang for your buck to replace at a time. We also look at what the maintenance costs have been on those pieces of equipment when we put forward. So I just wanted to reinforce that.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a good reminder to myself especially about how the levy gets supported by those funding sources. So I'll go back and around to Councillor Maychuk.
Through you, Madam Chair. First of all, just a comment. I attend the rec center on a weekly basis, and on Monday I had the opportunity to attend Family Day, where I saw hundreds of families having a great time. And when I moved here, I would look for opportunities to recreate, and have made a lot of friends at the rec center, but I also realized that it's enhanced their quality of life. So you can't put a price on that. And the social network, we have a lot of seniors here that live in isolation, and they tell me a lot of their friends are friends that they made through the rec center. So I think it's important to note that. But I want to ask the CAO, just to reiterate, with the new program mix under the master plan, do you plan to come back with what additional revenues are coming in through the recreation center and also the new program mix or any changes to program, so we then can evaluate the data in terms of usage and revenue to get a real sense that we can quantify as to how well it's being used, and to hear back from the residents about how important it is to them.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, and perhaps Mr. Borama, if there's any additional information he can provide on this. But we've been having some recent discussions with the consultants undertaking that Recreation Parks Master Plan. We have asked them to take a closer look into the programming opportunities and the fee structure associated with that. So when that plan does come to council, I believe we're targeting late Q4 of this year now, we will be expecting to see some of those recommendations in there. I can't at this point presuppose what those may be, but we do think right now from the initial work that's done, and I've heard from the consultants that they do see some opportunities there for us. I don't know if Mr. Borama has anything additional to add there.
Through the chair to Councillor Maychuk, I think the CAO summarized it quite well. They have definitely heard a lot of opportunities when they did their interviews with council and the public, and I don't think their timeline is quite Q4. I think they're actually hoping to wrap this up this summer in time for the next round of budget. So.
Mayor Ganan?
So thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question actually for the fire department, so through you. So I don't know whether this goes to Caitlin or whether it goes to you, Chief, but the bunker gear wears out in approximately 5 years. We understand that. So the justification says that 10 suits at a cost of $2,500 per suit. This will allow for 10 sets. And I know that's been there for the last few years, but I see that the budget allocation is $35,000 this year, not $25,000. And then it continues to stay. Did it in fact stay the same for a period of time? And should this actually have said that the suits are closer to $3,500? Or are we anticipating that they're going to be more? Please explain the difference there.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Ganan. These discussions were had within and Dawn about preliminary budget talks. And one of the suggestions was that we would put in our $2,500 for our bunker gear, and then any additional costs, helmets, boots, gloves, balaclavas, all that bunker gear equipment would come out of this same this pool of money. So that's why you're seeing an extra $10,000. That's my understanding. Unfortunately, I wasn't here at the time when they had these talks, but that's what I got out of it was anything that was bought outside of bunker gear, but it was part of that bunker gear set, was coming out of this pool.
Okay, so thank you. If I can just keep the same question but switch over to our Director of Finance. So if that entirety isn't used in a given year, do we have another sort of quasi-reserve where if the costs go up, we actually can incorporate those, but if there's some savings because some of them are not in need of being replaced a given year, that we actually keep that somewhere so that it gradually balances out? Because when I heard bunker gear, actually, I will be quite honest, for the last several years, I assumed it meant boots and balaclavas and whatever, not just pants and jackets. So
It's just pants and jackets.
and they're $2,500 and going upwards. Okay, so now I really want to know if we have some kind of a reserve where we're looking at that, or if it's just lumped into a general fire reserve.
Through Madam Chair to Mayor Ganon. With respect to the fire bunker gear, this is treated as a capital project that's a multi-year project in that there's budget amounts allocated for purchase of bunker gear for each year within the 10-year capital plan. As you pointed out, it's $35,000 for the years 2025 all the way up to 2029, and then it increases to $36,000 from years 2030 to 2032. Lastly, $40,000 in year 2033. The slight increases there would be reflection of inflationary increases. And the funding for this project comes from the fire reserve. If the expenditures do not happen within a year where the budget is not fully spent, the monies within that year would not be carried over into a future year, given the nature of this project being multi-years. So the funding does come from exclusively the fire reserve for that project.
Okay. So thank you very much for that answer. So further to that, and to both of you, my next question is about the $1 million fire truck, for the same kind of thing. I presume that some of that is DCable. Do we know what that percentage is that is covered through DCs? As a growth-related item that we're requiring another fire truck? Or is any of it covered, perhaps? Maybe that's a better question.
It's a replacement of the fleet, so it is not DCL.
So further to that, could I still have my little bit? Because I'm not quite finished on this line, obviously. So thank you for that. So, so then I really want to know how we are funding. Have we been putting money aside for a period of time? Or is this a debenture item of some sort in order to order a fire truck? Which I hope, and I'm going to add right now, is a Canadian fire truck.
Through the chair to Mayor Ganon. So this, as Chief Fisher noted, this project is not funded from DCs. It is through the Fire Reserve. This project has been recognized within the 10-year capital plan in past years. Therefore, contributions have been made to the reserve, to the Fire Reserve, with this project in mind to provide funding to it.
I'll stop. Thank you.
This might be my last time anyways. I think we only get 2 times each, do we not? Oh, you're more, until there's no more. Usually we just go, I thought we usually go twice. You know, through, just some comments through you, Madam Chair. You know, I've supported a lot of budgets in the past. I've been here quite a while now, and I've, you know, supported many things that I had something to show for it. But, you know, looking through this budget, you know, you probably think, what do you mean something to show for it? When the residents, and I talk to the residents, and they're saying, well, you know, our taxes are up, but, you know, we reconverted a road, or we resurfaced a new area in our area, in Ward 1 or Ward 2, or some that's more going into more infrastructure is what I've always liked to see. And this budget, unfortunately, doesn't show a lot of that for, you know, this time around. You know, we have, to get the number lower, we've had a bit of, through you, Madam Chair, to Director of Finance, we have $120,000 reduction in the capital-related reserves, right? That's to get it lower to the price now. So my issue with that is, again, we're taking away from my meat and potatoes is what I like to see, because capital reserve is what I, you know, I've campaigned on, and obviously maintaining our infrastructure. But, you know, just to, you know, we have operating budget pressures. Like, we have a non-union grid implementation, which I didn't support. That's coming. We have asking for a supervisor and accounting. We're having all these positions coming that could be a reduction to our levy, but it's an increase to our levy. And these are things that I think we can freeze, but I guess they're inside, there are pressures. But, you know, they're in here, which I don't see that, you know, again, the loss of development contribution to planning, Parks and Recs part-time staff. You know, we have all these other positions. We've seen more positions going in the past years, and I've supported positions, a lot going to clerks. You know, I've done some other in accounting. You know, I've seen less go to where, I like to see is public works or fire. You know, which I've always been supporting, and more is going into other positions. And again, people see public works stuff and fire. They don't, I understand we need a lot of positions, but they don't see, you know, the clerks and the accounting, and they do a lot of work. I'm not saying they don't, but we've invested a lot in these positions over the years, but we've lacked in other areas of our municipality. And now we're adding more into certain of these positions. Again, my opinion is I'd like to see some of these freeze for a bit, because again, I'm getting from our residents that the taxes are too high. And again, come July, my phone rings off the hook, and I'm quite sure all the rest of the councilors will get that, same phone call that I'm getting. I've supported a lot of budgets in the past, that this one I see the pressures that are added shouldn't be the pressures that have to be put on the back of the taxpayers. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Rayner. You're back on.
It's going to be a long one.
10 minutes, 7:15.
Well, you said its second round is wide open,
That's not what you said.
and I'm game for bear. Okay, first on the list is to the CAO. This new position, Director of Community and Protective Services. I know Madam Mayor says that part of the 9.6 increase in the regional taxes was because of policing, which we know we're not at fault in West Lincoln. It's Welland, St. Catharines, Niagara Falls. They're having murder rates that they've never had before. And our councilors here, the two councilors, opted to look after their situation. But the word protective services you got in here, I assume the new director, we're having our own new police force in West Lincoln, and we are independent from the region of Niagara. What exactly are you mean by protective services?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. No, protective services in this instance doesn't relate to policing. That will continue as the Niagara Regional Police. Local police force is certainly a cost center I don't think would be affordable to this municipality. Protective services, in terms of the new department, speaks to fire services and emergency services. Also for coordination with NPR.
Obviously, I knew that, but I had to lead into that. The reason I lead into that is because I don't believe it's the correct terminology. Now, what I'm about to say, I don't want to take it out of context. I'm the only councillor sitting here that has taken part in both the building of both fire halls. I strongly support the fire halls, but there is a separation and difference between fire department and policing. An example would be what happened at Norfolk with the arsons that were going on in Norfolk. And I got the Hamilton paper here. I just want to read a quick section. Norfolk County top cop has confirmed what many residents have feared for months. Someone is deliberately setting fire to rural communities southwest of Hamilton. And yet in the paper, the fire chief of the Township of Norfolk says, Chief Gord Sitwell says, has cautioned residents not to jump to conclusions, saying there are other reasons for vacant buildings in poor state of repair to catch fire. Well, that's not what was going on, and they caught the individuals because the OPP decided to have a stakeout, and when their next fire was caused, they were going to have roadblocks put up, and I was in the OPP for years. I'm familiar with their procedures, and they caught the guys. It wasn't the fire department that caught them. It was the police department. Your protective services was with the police department. The fire department reacts reactionarily, not proactively. They go to situations after they happen. Protective services, like putting a roof on your house, if you don't shingle it, you will lose your house. That protects your roof. The police apprehended this because they are the protective services, not the fire department. The majority of the time, the fire department reacts to something, and that was my lead question when I asked the chief, do you go checking on houses and everything else? Because you may find a lot of situations that down the road you're going to that fire and you prevented it by happening because you found out what the problem is. We don't have the time and material to do that. So that was my point leading, that protective service from the fire department is really not the correct word to use. And I'm not taking away from the fire department. They're fantastic. If there's a health issue, you think you got a heart attack, they're there for you, 100% behind you. But you tend to be more reactionary not proactive. What the OPP did was proactive. They took the situation, didn't believe the fire chief, and I'm wondering if this guy's still a fire chief, because they got counselors saying that residents are on edge, residents are upset, and the chief's gone, well, it may not have been an arson. Meanwhile, there's a fire every couple of days. It may not be an arson. That was not sending the right message if you are protecting the public. The public is going to say, okay, I can go to bed tonight and not worry. Next thing you know, their buildings are on fire because the fire chief said, don't worry about it. So this is not the right terminology, and I wanted to make sure that somehow we clarified this, because it's not fair. It's not fair to the fire department, and it's not fair to the police. In fact, a lot of police cruisers, when I was the OPP, got to serve and protect right on the side of the cruiser. You don't have any of that on fire trucks. So.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure what the question was, though.
The question is that this terminology, protective services, you should do it Director of Community and Fire. That's basically what they did before, and that's really changing the words, and we changed the words in the last little while to anything. The planning department's got new sustainability and growth, and we're finding these wonderful adjectives to use to substitute to make us sound like we're all Einsteins. We got PhDs last week, so we're changing the names. Keep it simple. There was a process when I used to work at other companies called KISS. Keep it simple. And we had it simple. But now we're using acronyms that are really not reflective of the purpose for which they're supposed to be. If this was the Police Department Region of Niagara, I would say you're dead on. But not the Fire Department. They go after the fact, not before the fact. So.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, it is the case right now that the fire department does provide service on call. I think as per the existing fire master plan, though, there is a position in there and recommendations it's making to actually establish fire prevention officers. Now, that's not something we've been able to move forward to council due to budgetary pressures, but there is a need in the municipality right now, and I'm sure the fire chief could underscore this, that this municipality would benefit from the advancement of fire prevention officer positions. Now, we haven't been able to accommodate those positions yet, but as West Lincoln continues to grow, those proactive, protective positions are going to be needed to build and round out our fire services. So I think that might be a little bit more information on why protective is being used. It is also a role that's supposed to be doing some coordination with MPR. That would be our liaison contact. So it's not an uncommon term, community and protective services, but I do appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the CAO. That brings up that position. It kind of leads into it. That's why I'm kind of going over the thing, because the whole thing kind of bothers me. Director of Community Service Protective Services, is that not downloading a lot of the position that our public works directors had?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, yes. In the restructuring report that Council had approved and funded, we are splitting public works and recreation. In fact, that was a recommendation that was outlined in an organizational review, I believe it was 10 years ago in 2015, recommending at that time with the position West Lincoln is that position that needed to be split. And that was carried through to the recommendation report that was brought to Council in October and November.
Okay, I understand the split, but the split would mean to me, if you take half the responsibilities away, no offense to our director, you take half the salary away, you take that half of the salary and give it to the other person, you're exactly getting the same work done. Now you're having two people, and you're doubling the cost, and you're putting a $200,000 increase to the tax load of the taxpayers for another government employee that most taxpayers aren't huge fans of. So that plus the fact that we've got a supervisor of accounting, we've got 3.38% increase in the tax levy of over $327,000 added. Now, this is almost to me like we're changing the name, we're hiring more people. It looks like empire building, pyramid building. We're stacking up at the cost of the taxpayers this township, when my hope, and again, this is not personal, but I was hoping we'd have an organizational review where we would look at the individuals who are working for this township, and the ones that aren't pulling their weight are dealt with appropriately and either corrected or replaced by individuals, and the net cost to the taxpayers of this township is zero. but the efficiency, productivity, and benefit to the taxpayers have improved considerably because we haven't had an organizational review since I don't know when, and now we get it done. We get the right people in. The taxpayers are going to get a bang for a buck, and now it turns out we're doing the opposite. We're splitting one person's job, doubling the cost of the most expensive positions in the township, and yet we're getting the same thing done, but we just doubled our cost. That is not how I wanted to do this, and this is not what I wanted to see, because this puts the burden again back on the taxpayers. So this really upsets me, because this is not what I wanted. I wanted the people that are doing the job to be the best qualified to the best benefit of the township for their tax dollar. That's all I wanted, not to add people to it. So that bothers me. If I can move on now to the next one.
You're coming up to your 10 minutes.
Oh, and I thought you said you said the first round was 2 questions, and then after that you can ask as many questions as you want.
Keep going
We're still going to be 10 minutes. So would you like?
Oh, I got one more then. Let me do one more, because I got to whack them, but.
1 minute.
Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, go to the next one. I'll still come back later, whether we do it at 2 in the morning or tomorrow. I don't care.
Councillor Chichok?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see the $60,000 planning growth payment, and at the appropriate time, I'd be willing to make a motion to take that and out of the levy budget, Madam Chair. I thought I'd just put something on the table. And I do that because growth does not pay for growth. We've seen that, we've been told that, and this is a perfect example of where we're picking up the tab. And so that should come out. It should be put onto the future. It should in developers' pockets or out of developers' pockets. So that's not a real question, but if you want to take it as that, it's okay. The other thing, I guess, was this question was provoked by some of the discussion that has just happened, but my question is, for the fire reserve, we talk about these reserves, and they confuse a lot of people, including me. And reserves are made by contributions that come from the tax roll. So if we put something into a reserve, we increase our taxes. Most often. We either take it from the revenue from last year, or we put an amount in the budget to create a reserve. Am I correct, Madam Director, through you, Madam Chair?
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Chichok. So for our levy-funded reserve balances, those generally receive contributions from the tax levy. So when we are asking for increases to levy-funded reserves, that does mean that there is an impact to the tax levy if there's increases. Yes.
So, Madam Chair, much like my colleague before me, this was leading somewhere. When I hear that bunker gear in 2040 has some increase for inflation, there's also going to have to be more firefighters, because we're going to have grown by 2040 and need them. But that's not my question. I'll go back to that, as someone said. The fire reserve is going to go for $1 million fire truck today. When we put money into reserves for our 10-year capital plan, and we say we're going to spend that $1 million on a fire truck, is it in there, or is the attributable portion of that fire truck that will serve a growing community and we'll put money each year from now for the next, I don't know how many years, to pay for the fire truck we're going to buy this year? So this kind of takes in the mayor's question about levy, about putting out a debenture or borrowing the money. But is the money in our current fire reserve, or is it intended that this truck will be paid from the fire reserve based on future contributions from taxes to pay for that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, interesting question.
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Chichok. So the fire reserve that's in the 2025 budget, which is funded through the fire reserve, staff's current position is that the fire reserve has sufficient funds to pay for it, and that a debenture is not required.
My question was, is the money in the reserve right now, through you, Madam Chair, is it all there now, Or will we, all right, I'll put it a different way, or are we going to take the fire reserve into a negative balance? And will it take future contributions in order to pay for that truck?
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Chichuk, sorry about that, I will clarify. So currently, the fire reserve at the end of 2025 is projected to have a closing balance of $732,000. So it will not be in a deficit, and that reflects the fire truck and one other small capital project that is using the fire reserve in 2025.
Okay, now my last part of that would be, and so that's fine, but is this fire truck made in Canada, was the question the mayor asked. Is it going to have to go to the States to have its carriage put on, through you, Madam Chair, to the fire chief?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Chichuk. Very good question with what's
I'm
going...
thinking 25%.
With what's going on down in the U.S. right now. We have to look at Canadian manufacturers, of course. There's about 4 in Canada right now, 2 out west, and 1 in Quebec and 1 in New Brunswick. Like I mentioned last month, we have the availability to look at off-the-line trucks, which would save you a significant amount, as opposed to buying and tendering a custom cab truck. So yes, we are looking at, right now, we are looking at that option and also talking to our Canadian manufacturers. There is a number of things, equipment and components of the truck that do come out of the U.S. and we don't have control over that. The pump capacity that's built into the truck is coming out of the U.S. The cabin chassis will probably come out of the U.S., but everything else built will be in Canada. What else this hurts too is the American dollar.
I guess, Madam Chair, there are 2 things. It's the exchange, and it is the fact that we could be facing a 25% levy. That's all I'm asking for. It's not something we know. We are all living in a world of uncertainty, but our capital program, and my understanding from you, sir, a couple of years ago was that we had to send, if we bought a cabin chassis in Canada, we had to send it to the States to get it all put together. So that would be labor and components going on in the States, coming back and us getting a 25% ding plus a 42% exchange. So I just wanted to make sure that we were all understanding, to the mayor's point, is this a Canadian truck or U.S.? And are we in the fire reserve going to have, we're probably going to get a ding there too. So it was just a question, but I understand from Ms. Repos that we have sufficient not to go into the hole next year. So it is possible, but I do believe in some future year we are in a negative for the fire reserve. So we need to be watching it as it dips down, and we'll have to increase our tax contribution to a reserve that will pay for something we want that day. That's all. I'll wait till next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I want to start by unpacking a little bit what Councillor Rayner was passionate about. Again, I'm really, I guess, confused why we're spending time this evening worrying about the names of certain committees or whatever it is when that has nothing at all to do with the budget before us. You know, I feel like we're wasting time and resource worrying about that stuff. So I hope that's, and I mentioned this just primarily hoping that that's kind of the end of that, because I really feel.
Can I call this out of order? He's not my principal, he's not my teacher, and really, if I have an opinion, this is my time to beg it.
Has he been
I don't
recognized?
judge what he says. He's wasting his time about my materials. He's wasting his own time.
You know what, we're going to refer to Councillor Riley. He has the floor, and Councillor Riley,
Mike's not on.
Councillor Riley, I will address Councillor Rayner the next time when he goes around if it gets off the budget topic.
Yes, because that has nothing to do with budget right now. All right, so first thing I guess I want to inquire about was related to, okay, so through you, Madam Chair, to our CAO. And so we're going back to something else where I you know, the opposite now, something I kind of understand where Councilor Rayner's coming from, which is concerns to the community center and some of the cost implications. And, you know, when I came in last term, we kind of inherited it. That decision was made before us, and one of the first things I remember hitting the ground running is trying to understand where the operational plan was, and that was revealed at that time that was non-existent. And so one of the things, you know, we've been working at is trying to find unique, creative ways, and I understand at the time there was an unsuccessful attempt made at getting a name sponsor on the building, which could have brought in $1 million name. You know, hopefully we can review that at some point in the not-too-distant future. But I also wonder, through you, Madam Chair, to the CEO, if there could be a better effort or in-effort to try to get other types of services or vending services or anything else that can kind of bring into the community center. We have lots of space. I think there's lots of opportunity there. Might not be a big ticket thing that puts big money in our pocket, but every little bit matters. And so when I look at the space of the community center, I think there is lots of potential opportunity to I guess, put out there in terms of like, I don't know, I noticed we have 2 vending machines and wondering if there's an opportunity to have other types of vending machines, whether they're game-oriented or if they're just vending services that can make small but contribute to the revenue aspect in some capacity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, this is something actually that Mr. DePaula and his team have been exploring. And perhaps I'll just defer to him to update Council on progress and challenges.
Yeah, through the chair to Councilor Riley, we've had some preliminary discussions with staff. It's probably what you don't want to hear, but unfortunately we just haven't really had the opportunity to dive into it deeper. In my mind, what I'd like to see is some kind of public consultation to see what, I don't know if public consultation is the right word, but to have somebody on board to kind of facilitate what type of vending will suit that site, what's been successful in the past, because we're not really the subject matter experts on what would work in a community center like that, whether it's gaming, whether it's some kind of food vending, and so on. So we haven't got too far, but I want to, my thinking was to kind of develop a plan, like a vending plan for that facility, and then take that plan and then maybe RFP it to see what possible vendors are out there. So that's kind of what I was thinking for delivering a project like that. Just haven't progressed too far on it.
Okay, and that's incredible to hear, because honestly, I think there's potential there. Obviously, again, I don't think this is going to make us millions of dollars a year, but at least some kind of effort or some kind of thoughts going into it, and hopefully that can come back to us at some point in the next year or two, or before the end of this term, where we can kind of have something there, because anything that's going to bring a few dollars in is obviously going to be a few dollars less we have to put on the tax base or anything else. So I certainly hope we can keep that pursuit going when you have time to do so. I guess you know, I have a few other questions here. But I guess I want to reach out back to you, Madam Chair, to our, I guess we'll go to the Director of Finance. So I had sent a message to our Treasurer not too long ago inquiring about costs related to one of our public work building that has, I guess, free accessibility to water, and those costs came back to be about $3,000 or $4,000. And so, to you, Madam Chair, to our Director of Finance, have you been able to have conversations since about what we could do to maybe save that money, redivert it? The other part we haven't really been talking about tonight is some of the implications that are going to come as a result to increased water rates and other things. And those are actually, more times than not, I'll hear just as much feedback from that, being a Ward 3 councillor, than I will often from the tax levy itself. And so I'm just hoping that we can kind of put a lid on it, so to speak, and hopefully we can kind of stop the bleeding of costs there and redivert that. I don't necessarily see a big savings, but it's any kind of savings is better than no savings.
Through the chair to Councillor Riley. So this is regarding the small container fill station that's located at the Public Works Operation
correct,
Facility. Yes, so the cost to the township to provide this service is approximately $3,500 a year, which is reflective of the cost of the water. It is a metered tap, so we are able to track the usage of it. However, there's no data users of that station. At this time, staff are still reviewing the history behind this station, and are still discussing, whether that could be something that's reviewed and discontinued.
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair, just to clarify, so at some point you'll report back to, is it safe to assume that you'll report back to us to let us know one way or another, or at least let us have a chance to weigh in on that discussion?
Through the chair, yes, we could provide information back to council on this matter
Okay, thank you.
at a future meeting.
I believe that's my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I have a couple of questions as well myself to the Director of Finance, just to follow up on what Councillor Riley was just talking about, the small container fill station. When staff brings back the report to us, can they also comment, if at all possible, on who are the users, if we could have any kind of a rough idea? I'm concerned that there may be people out in the rural area who are using wells, and either their water quality is poor, thus why they're coming into the town of Smithville to use a small container fill station, or perhaps their water testing is coming back with levels that would be recommended that they're not drinking their water. Is that possible to include that in the report at all?
To the chair, that's something that administration can look into. I'm not sure of the exact data, whether we have that information, given that it's it's freely accessible. But we will do our best to provide that information to council.
Okay, thank you. My second question is to tag on to Councillor Chichuk in regards to option number 2 that you had presented to council, the use of the planning reserve to fund the loss of the developer contribution at a levy impact of $61,200. What if we do choose to do this? What will be the impact on the 2026 budget, if at all possible, to come to that kind of prediction? And it is something that we could stretch out with that year, perhaps having the deferral? Like, is it possible to defer it even longer? Is, I guess, really my question. Thank you.
To the chair, so if council chooses to use the planning reserve in the amount of $60,000 to fund that loss in developer contribution for the planning department, administration's recommendation would be that it would be on the 2026 levy, meaning that the levy would increase, the base levy would increase $60,000 over what council sees in 2025. That being said, and I will ask the CAO or the Director of Growth and Sustainability just to jump in here for further information, but administration does plan to review planning user fees and charges in 2025, with the goal of that review looking to increase user fees in that department that would help to offset the additional costs of this in the levy in 2026.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just exactly what Mr. Repops has just stated there. We believe that there's potential for revenue offset opportunities through review of the planning fees. So if council did choose to use the planning reserve to fund it for one more year, there's a likelihood we're going to be able to come back at some point later this year with some recommendations around the planning fee structure that could offset a good portion of that $60,000.
Fantastic. It sounds like a great way to save maybe 0.75%. So we'll go back around, and just keeping in mind that questions and comments are directed directly at the budget, and any other discussions we can save for future meeting. Councillor Maychuk.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the fire chief, you mentioned considerable savings if we buy offline trucks. When do you anticipate, I know you don't have a crystal ball, when you might know and what that savings might be, even a range? And then the next part of the question is, the money saved, does that go back into reserves? And that might be a question for the Director of Finance, but it's a two-part question.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Maychuk. I've started to reach out to our Canadian distributors just to see what they have on the lot. What's it look like? Does it suit our needs? So I've reached out to a couple already. I just haven't got any dollar figures back yet. But I'm hoping roughly between about 100 and 200,000. If I can get it down to about 800,000, that would be in a perfect world. But I'm hoping for at least 100 grand at the end of the day. So we'll see where that goes. But I haven't got those figures for it yet. But I have reached out, 100%. As far as what that looks like, there's a big fire conference the first week of May, which has a lot of fire distributors at the International Center. You might have the availability to buy one at the show. I did it for the 2006 we have right now that's up for replacement. I bought it at the show. So it can be done. The unfortunate part is that council will have to weigh the procurement policy the way it states right now.
Any further questions, Council? Mayor Ganand?
Oh, sorry, through the chair. Sorry, Councilor Maychuk, I can answer your question just regarding the reserves. In the event that the fire truck purchase did come under budget, that would mean that the funding from the reserve that's required would be reduced so that it would help the fire reserve position as a result of the savings seen.
Mayor Ganand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm back to fire as well. So we all toured the fire hall when it opened and saw the room where the cylinders and the compressor and the filling station is to be. And in the 2024 budget, there was $90,000 that was put there for the same item that's on the 2025 budget. So I'm wondering, I know that we didn't cut it last year, and we know that the room is there. So I'm wondering, actually, just in reviewing both 24 and 25 budgets, what the story is actually behind the fact that that $90,000 is in both budgets. So perhaps the chief has that answer.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Ganand. Yes, it was deferred last year in 2024. Council chose to defer to 2025. That's why you see it there. You also note that this is DC funded. This is not coming from fire reserves. This is due to growth. So the 90,000 is coming from DCs.
So when the hall wasn't built either last year, like it wasn't finished at that time. So that's why it was put off. So
Correct.
This is the same amount. Hasn't been sitting there. It's new money. It was not spent before.
No.
So
Correct.
what we saw was the room provided and being ready for that, but
What you saw was the room that was roughed into
where it will be.
where it will be when it's purchased.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Trumbetta?
No, I don't have else. You can use my
Minutes
round of
somewhere else?
round of questioning for maybe another counselor.
Oh, I know who that
It's-
like that.
Thank you. Through the chair to the Director of Public Works. Can you give me the number, the cost of concession 5 construction back in 2022, I think it was? There were 2 sections.
It was through the chair to Councillor Rayner. Concession 5 was done in 2021. It was done all in 1 year. And it was approximately $600,000, 3.9 kilometers.
In length total?
Yes.
Okay. Then we went to Ward 2 and we started Vaughan Road, correct? How much cost was, I remember we talked about that and the road had doubled in cost because of, we had a lot of questions because it was almost the same length, but the cost was double. Was that not correct?
Vaughan Road, through the chair to Councillor Rayner, Vaughan Road was done over 2 years. The first section was in 2023. It was 6.7 kilometers, and it was around 860,000. So I don't know if
And then the other one was?
The other one was done in 2024, approximately 3.8 kilometers at $480,000. So it's actually cheaper than concession 5.
Okay. And now this year, there is a $4.7 million project in Ward 2 again, correct?
Through the chair to Councilor Rayner, that is the St. Anne's project, correct, which is a project where we received funding through the Investing in Ontario Infrastructure Grant.
So when you add, Madam Chair, when you add the $860,000 in 2023 and the $480,000 in 2024 and the $4.7 million in 2025, we're looking at about $6.1 million invested in Ward 2 in the last 3 years, and Ward 1 got $600,000. It seems to be kind of disproportionate. My question through to the Director of Public Works was, I'm sure this 2025 budget was known to come up with this option that we're getting help on, obviously. But then why wasn't more emphasis done to kind of even the numbers out, and we could have done another project in Ward 1? Ward 1, there's not even a project in Ward 1 in this year. Is that not correct?
Through the chair to Councilor Rayner, it's probably not the answer you want to hear, but we follow our payment management system. And our payment management system basically provides the condition of the road based on the stresses of the road, and then it prioritizes the best treatment at the right time where you get the best bang for your buck. So our payment management system, in this case, for 2025, for 2025, and that's just for resurfacing projects. You're talking about St. Anne's, which is a road reconstruction project. That's something completely different. But the payment management system has identified Silverdale Road to be included in 2025. And the reason why that's in the budget is just, as I said, the payment management system kind of identifies road candidates that gives you the best bang for your buck.
Because, through you, Madam Chair, because concession 2 was on the list, and I thought we would be rotating Ward 1 one year, Ward 2 next year, back to Ward 1 and back to Ward 2. We were sharing. Instead, Ward 1 got 1/10 of what Ward 2 gets. And it's very difficult to get things done in Ward 1 when you're dealing with $600,000 as compared to $6 million. It would have been nice if it was $3 million each, or 2 and 4, but $600,000 versus $6 million. Ward 1 is certainly getting the short end of the stick, and it's not on the list right now. That was my comment on that, and I hope Councilor Riley felt that that was relevant to the budget. The next one is library. Madam Chair, through to the CAO, we've got $100,000 in for revitalization of the Case Center Library branch. I believe that's shelvings or whatever. I still have a concern. I'm one of the ones of 2 councilors back in 2004 or something, pushed to get a library in Casteville because everybody wanted it, and it was a great thing. But as Madam Mayor said, times have changed. Kids are playing with computers now. They're not going to read a book. And this library is closed for most of the week, as is Wellandport. So as much as I hate to say this, because I am an avid library supporter, there comes a time when the cost of maintaining something exceeds the value of what you're getting for it. And if these buildings aren't going to be even open, and we're going to spend $100,000 on a building that's not even open, we could save 1% on the tax dollar right there at $100,000 based on $97,000. And we should possibly, through to the CAO, take a serious look at Wellandport and Casteville for the maximum utilization to warrant and justify their continuous operation. I think it's very important. We shouldn't be having structures on the taxpayer's bill that are not serving a purpose for the taxpayer. And having the doors closed is not supporting the needs and wants of the taxpayer. So if that's acceptable that it stays closed, then that must mean it's not needed. I'm sorry, I don't want to say that. I love the libraries, but closing the door, you're defeating the purpose of building the building. So
Let's give the CAO a chance to comment.
Thank you.
What kind of responsibility we even have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, we do have the CEO, Ms. Weir of the library, here this evening, who's likely better positioned to respond to that question. and the thinking of the board in moving that request forward, if it's the pleasure of the committee.
For just a moment, just to point out, as Cindy makes her way forward, that I certainly have never, ever, ever said that libraries are not important. As a former educator, I have taught, from the time that I finished actually teaching, more than 60 kids in this municipality to read. I would never, ever indicate that libraries were not important. Thank you.
Madam Chair, excuse me, I never said that. What I said was Madam Mayor said that kids have changed. Now, there's not as many kids in Casterville anymore, and their interests have changed. That's why the library is not used. I don't believe I've ever said she's against
I
libraries.
think we're all saying the
Because I don't think
same
any of us are
thing.
against libraries. It's just that times have changed, and that was her reason why the library is not utilized, and that's why it was closed.
Yeah, I think we all know Madam Mayor is certainly in support of the library.
You have to speak to the chair.
Through your chair to Counselor, you are absolutely right.
I don't want to be right in this case. I want it to stay open.
Libraries have changed, and how people use libraries have changed. And they aren't necessarily in our doors all the time. But yesterday, in 4 hours, now it wasn't Casterville, but yesterday in 4 hours, we had 350 people in our Smithville location for Family Day, taking part in the activities that we were doing that were not traditional activities. We showed people how to use the 3D printer. We had them making pop buttons. They were participating with the Cricut Maker. All the things that are part of our maker spaces that we have at all of our locations. We would be open more in those locations if we had the funding. We don't have the funding to be open anymore. We examined that when I was here in 2021 and 2022, and we rearranged our hours to be more consistent so that people would know when we're open. We looked at how we could add hours at that time, and it's just not possible. Right now, our situation is to stabilize our staff and to update our buildings so that people want to be there, to brand them, to make sure that they are AODA compliant. Casterville is not AODA compliant. Yes, we did just change the height on the coat hooks in the bathrooms and the hand towel holder and things like that to make that AODA compliant. But our shelving in Caster is too high. That's one of the things that the revitalization will help with. But in order to move forward, and you made it very clear when I was here last month that you don't want to hear about the growth that's to come. But the growth is going to come, and we have to be ready. And to shut down a branch now that you may need to have in a few more years doesn't make sense. To keep it moving forward, to keep it building its community, it is a hub. It is where people want to be. We have people there who run their business. They use our internet there to help with their business because the internet at Caster is a little better than they might have at home. This is not the time to close a library. It's a time to embrace it, help it to move forward so that it can help the township move forward.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I don't like the idea of closing it, but if it closed itself, then it's almost doing itself in, and Monday to Thursday during the day, the doors aren't even open. And it just seems such a waste of a beautiful building. And I understand you're saying about growth, but there's a hamlet, and it's not gonna turn into a massive subdivision in the near future, I'm sure. There's more focus right now in town with the urban expansion. But still, I don't really want to close it either, but I can't see putting $100,000 into something that's closed most of the week. Surely, we can find better times when, as Councilor Trombetta said, we don't have the stress of trying to get a budget down to a level that people can afford to do something like this to a building that's not open very often. So that's my point on that one, if I may. Just one other item I want to bring. Councilor Chichok, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Chichok brought up, and I was going to bring it up, with regards to the fire truck and the tariffs coming from the U.S. But I also remember the chief saying that we're going to shows, and there's a good chance we can get it from the show, and you're going to need pre-approval in order to do that. Well, you're one of many, 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 many municipalities that are going to be looking for that truck. So this is not just like in 2006, okay, I'll buy it because no one else wants it. There's probably going to be a lineup to take a look at what they possibly can get because of this situation coming up. So if that needs pre-approval, council to possibly consider, here's a golden opportunity to pick something up. Don't worry about the tariff, and it's already built. It may not be 100% what you want, but I'm sure it's going to be a heck of a lot better than what we got, and we should be seriously considering that. The other question, and I won't be long on this one, is through to the Public Works Director. With regards to those two trucks, the tandem axle truck for $400,000, and the other one that's got the plow unit on it, are they U.S. trucks, or are they built in Canada?
Through the chair to Councillor Rayner, we would tender those types of trucks, so it's hard to say right now where they would be manufactured, but if I had to guess, yeah, parts of it would probably be made in the U.S. And the other thing about these tandem trucks I forgot to mention earlier is there's like at least a 2-year wait period before we get them. So there's quite a queue to get those trucks delivered. So that's another reason why it's in the 2025 budget.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's why in this particular situation, as the chief said, there's 3 or 4 options. I knew there was one in Quebec. I wasn't sure if there was in any other province, but I knew there was another fire truck building facility in Quebec. But I'm sure maybe Quebec has something, and this is something that we should be looking at now, because regardless of when you put the tender in, because I checked into this, if you put the bid in to have these built prior to when the tariffs come on March the 4th or April 2nd, whichever one he's going to do it to, it is irrelevant. It has to be delivered before that date, or you pay the tariff. So because you ordered it before he was even elected is irrelevant. So you've got to look now on what we can get here, because no matter when you order it, you're going to be beat. So that's all I've got at this time. So we'll move on, and I'll be back.
Councillor Chichok.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one just point of clarification. Not I'm making it, but when it was asked about the 61-2 going forward, postponing it, Ms. Repos replied that would go on the levy. Our CAO said no, it would be user fees. So it's my understanding that if it's a user fee for planning that was supposed to be paid by developers, I would expect it would go on to user fees. Am I correct? One of you just help me out here.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, what Ms. Repov said is basically under the existing framework that we have of fees. There is not a fee that would offset the cost of the planning manager. What's being proposed is a piece of work that would get initiated in the near future after budget to review planning fees. That would then give us the opportunity to study and hopefully bring forward a recommendation to offset that $60,000. So what Ms. Repov says is correct, but there's a new piece of work we'd like to do to find a new outcome.
So thank you, but council would be able to approve those in future, and so there may not be an impact to 2026. I'm not putting you to the wall, but I wanted to make sure I was right there. Thank you. So is that one of my questions? Then I'm going to have to go around again. No, it was a, thank you. So, through you, Madam Chair, to our Director transportation, because this is about transportation, is, do we have a roads rationalization program that in this community that ranks what should be fixed when?
Is that on? Yeah. Through the chair to Councillor Chichuk. Yeah, we refer to as our pavement management system. Road study, roads rationale, there's all kinds of different names. Yeah, we do have a system in place. The way we do it for the benefit of all council is we inspect 1/3 of our network every year, and we've developed the pavement deterioration curve. So the other 2/3 of our network are predicted. So we do 1/3 every year. That way, over a 3-year period, we have a good indication of our overall network. And then that pavement management system basically lays out the condition of all the roads, and then it tells us, it makes recommendations. These are the roads you should be rehabbing or resurfacing this year or over the next 10 years in order to get the best bang for your buck. This is what you should be spending on preventative maintenance in order to get the best bang for your buck. These are the roads that you should be rehabilitating, which is a little bit more than a resurfacing, to get the best bang for your buck. I think you guys are realizing what the punchline here is. And then there's roads that are in poor condition, and a lot of times those roads that are really poor condition, the best thing to do is just to let them deteriorate so that you can reconstruct them. So yes, we do have that.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. DiPaolo, but you gave us, through you, Madam Chair, you gave us examples of roads that actually cost a lot less in the examples of the roads in my colleagues' questions last. And the 4.7 million is a reconstruction of a road, which meant it had deteriorated. No, I shouldn't ask that. I say that. Is that because the road was completely deteriorated to the point where it's not a resurfacing, it's not a maintenance management, it is rebuilding the culverts, the bridges, and the entire roadbed? Is that what?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Chichuk, that is correct. I should have probably elaborated on that point earlier. Yeah, St. Anne's is a reconstruction project. It's not a resurfacing project. It involves more than just resurfacing. It's a full road reconstruction. There's a bridge rehab. There was a report last week where it involved some work at the train tracks. It involved relocation of gas line, relocation of utilities. So yeah, you can't compare a reconstruction project and the costs associated with the reconstruction project versus a road that is resurfacing or preventative maintenance, because a reconstruction gives you, 50 years, 20, and resurfacing only buys you like 10 or 15 years. So it's not an apple-to-apple comparison.
Madam Chair, I guess what I was trying, and I don't expect the director to do anything more in explaining it, but if we were to let all of our roads in the township get to a point where they were failing, I think Mr. DiPaolo gave me an explanation of that years ago. I think it was lesson Roads 101, but I will let him say that if we let our roads fail, we would be in terrible situations. So we have to, unfortunately, once in a while, rebuild the road. And if I'm incorrect, please, Mr. DiPaolo, through you, Madam Chair, tell me. I know those microphones, we can't afford them though, so just be patient.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Chichuk. Generally, that is a correct statement. If you just let all your roads deteriorate to the point of reconstructing them, yeah, you wouldn't be able to be sustainable or financially sustainable. Just like you could go out and pave all your roads next year and make them all in great condition, but resurfacing a road that is failing, it's just a waste of money because your resurfacing only lasts a couple of years. So yeah, in general terms, that's a valid statement.
So, Madam Chair, I guess that's my questions. And I just wanted to make the point that I thought we were fixing roads in this community based on where the need was, the deterioration was wrong, and I think Mr. DiPaolo just told us that, and I don't care where they are, and I'll buy into wherever they belong. being a representative of Ward 2, I feel kind of sheepish in that we fixed a road that we also got funding for. But please, Mr. DiPaolo, bring forward the roads that need the work done, and I will vote for wherever they are. I think that's 2, right?
You did good. And Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll start by saying, like, when I got appointed by council to be the chair of operations and public works, one of the first conversations I had with our director was actually in particular regarding getting more roads design ready for grant applications. The one thing we're seeing in this particular item here is that majority of it's being funded through the federal government, provincial government, and so in all of my years on council and hearing from all of my rural colleagues, and I have rural roads in my ward as well that have not been touched, and in fact we have a strong advocate for our rural community just in the back gallery there as well, and I've been down his road is not in great shape either. But that being said, we need to make more of an effort to get that stuff ready, so when these grant opportunities come up, we can be as successful as we were this time. And that was one of the conversations I want to make sure we're hitting the ground running, so we're not having to fork it all from the local levy. And Director DiPaolo had mentioned had been very receptive to that idea, and I'm hoping that he's gone back to his staff and they're trying to figure out how they can be proactive with that in the current days. So going primarily back to the budget here, I guess through you, Madam Chair, to our Director of Finance item, I think you want the number here, 1181. It is in relation to, has to do with the park, new Welland Port and shoreline enhancements. So I see that there's $1.8 million slated for 2030. This year's contribution, which comes from DCs and transfer capital, nothing from the transfer capital, that would be in the future, but primarily the DCs, there's 2 of them, is $150,000. So my question to you is, if we were to push that back, let's say 5 years, so let's say we make that a reality, because realistically, we're not going to see a whole lot of growth in our community. We're playing catch up, so we're not going to see a whole lot of growth probably till about 2028 to 2032. I think it's realistic to think that 1.8 is probably not going to be realized till 2035. If we were to push that back to 2035, hypothetically, would there be any cost savings on the levy this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Riley, if there's direction from council to move that project out of the 10-year capital plan, so into 2035, we would have to review the impact on the capital reserve. There would likely be an impact we could recommend.
Okay, so at this point, Madam Chair, I would like that noted, that when the time comes, I would like that part of the conversation. There's a few things I'd like to put forward so we can have that recess you promised at some point and have staff come back. The other item I mentioned, I might try to squeeze in 2 here, we'll see, is item 325. It's related to the van. It's under the water section. Hold on, just trying to bring it up here. These are all over the place. So it's a Q van to replace the 2007 Chevrolet van. My question through you to the Director of Public Works, can we put a hold on that? What is the desperate situation that is presenting itself to deal with this? Or is this something we can put off for 2 to 4 years?
Through the chair to Councillor Riley, it's a 2007 Chevy van. It's in really poor condition. We did look at how long can we push that off, and we're thinking maybe 1 year to 2 years at the most, because there is a lot of issues with regular maintenance on it. So yeah, we were thinking 1 or 2 years at the most.
Okay, so I would ask at the time that we see if we can push it off for 2 years, or should a desperate situation present itself, then staff can come back to us at that point, and that is about $80,000 there. And then I guess I'll wait. I won't break the rules here. I'll wait till you come back to me for my other couple of questions.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I'm going to go to the director in regards to pushing off that Q van for 2 more years. I think then it'll be vintage designation, and maybe we'll get free plates or something for it. Is there any impact to the levy if we would be the impact to the levy if we did that by 2 years?
To the chair, so the Cube Van Project 325 is utilized by the water department. Because water is a self-funded department, there would be no impact to the levy with deferring this project.
Yeah, so I was aware that that was for the water side of things. So I guess to give you a little bit more context of my thought process is later in the year, we're going to come into other surpluses, and there's always like this need to replenish different reserves because we've done the spending now. And so part of my thought process is as we try to like hold off, pump the brakes on some things, then when we do come into surpluses, they can be used to either replenish the other reserves that don't get replenished if there's not a dire need to deal with a particular item right now. And that's what I'm saying, if the director were to come back and say, hey, listen, the wheels have fallen off this, then that's a different matter then. But I think at this point, we need to be a little bit creative. We might not have the realization being able to see that fabulous tax rate drop substantially that we like, but if we could be a little bit more creative with how we're pulling from the reserves, when we're pulling from the reserves, so that when we do come with money, we're able to spread it out a bit more, then we're just being a little bit more fiscal mindful when we go and spend stuff. Because as soon as we approve something like this, then it gets bought, the other one gets shipped out, and then there's going to be, this reserve has no money. You just spent, $200,000 on this, and now we got to replenish it. Where if the money's already parked there, then we can kind of deal with the other problems as we come up. And if it needs to be replaced sooner, we can replace it sooner. So that was the understanding. The first question was more related to the tax levy. That's why I didn't ask about it, the impact of the tax levy. To me, I was curious about the condition of the vehicle and if that was urgent.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying your question through my question. And I also am going to tag on to your other comment about the Wellandport shore enhancement. And I'm going to turn to the CAO. I know that we have had discussions, and there has been some discussions with the previous administration about applying for some possible funding for that. And if you could give council a little bit of an update on how, if we were successful, how that may impact that future capital ask.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so this park project has been something that we worked in conjunction with Niagara Conservation and the design has been completed. So it has been submitted to the province as a shovel-ready project, as it were, for a new grant stream that has come out, and that is still under consideration by the province. Now, the $150,000, I need to turn to Mr. DePaula to speak to where that's being purposed to.
Yeah, through the chair. The application we made, it was based on a conceptual design. So the $150,000 in 2025 is for us to proceed to detailed design. Kind of to Councillor Riley's point earlier, this is a project where we feel the only way to really deliver it in a timely manner is if there's a funding opportunity. So this is an example of if we don't get the funding opportunity on this application, we wanted to start to design, make it shovel ready so that if another funding opportunity became available, we could pull it off the shelf and deliver it in a timely manner. So the 150 in the 2025 budget is to proceed with detailed design.
Thank you very much for the clarification. And if I could turn in the same subject, if I could turn to the Director of Finance, if that was to be removed, that 130-something thousand from this year's budget, what would the impact to the levy be?
Through the chair, for Project 1181, the new Wellandport Park and Shoreline enhancements, the funding is coming in 2025, $150,000 from DC reserve funds. Therefore, if that budgeted allocation was removed or moved out several years, it would not have an impact on the levy because it's DC funding.
Thank you. Just a little plea for that project. It certainly is something that's important to me. I know during the pandemic, all of us were forced to look for nature and places to enjoy ourselves outside. It certainly really shone a light on our community and the lack of those opportunities for us built right into West Lincoln, and certainly was something that I was passionate about from the time I started on council, that I wanted to see those kinds of opportunities right within our community where people could go and discover that gem of a place in Wellandport. And I don't have any other questions, so I am going to go back to Councillor Maychuk. Do you have any additional questions?
Just one last question, just for clarification. I'm sorry if it's redundant, but in terms of any capital, infrastructure, any investment in our town, I just want to be assured through our Director of Public Works that it is based on priority and need and not ward-specific.
Through the chair to Councillor Maychuk, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Ganan?
Just further to your discussion, Madam Chair, in discussion about the Wellandport Park, we also were looking at, depending where this lands, by the time it's time to go to AMO again, or Roma moving forward, that certainly would be something that we would prioritize as a delegation in trying to get additional funding. At this point in time, it's too early in the process, but perhaps by the time the rest of that work is done, it might be something that the rest of us can push forward. So, thank you.
Councillor Termata?
No, you can use my fourth round of questioning for another councillor if you'd like.
Councillor Rayner, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to the Director of Public Works, you've got the road needs study. How did this road in Ward 2 get to the point where it fell apart and now we've got to replace it when the road needs study was supposed to prevent that from happening? Unless the road needs study came out when it was just too late for that road.
Through the chair to Councillor Rayner, are you referring to the St. Anne's project?
Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Rayner, okay, here, let me try to explain this. There's always a backlog whenever we do our roads need study or a payment management system. There's always a backlog of work that can't be done. So then that's kind of the job of staff to look at our roads and say, okay, this section of road, there's going to be development in the area. It needs to be widened in the future. This section of road was kind of identified at the time that it should be reconstructed. It should be a semi-urban cross-section. So the payment management system only makes recommendations on condition, but then we have to take that information and look at our other needs. And you're not going to resurface a road that you need to widen or urbanize in 5 or 10 years out. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah, it probably should have been it could have been resurfaced 5, 6 years ago, 10 years ago, but there was other roads that the resurfacing would suit that road because we knew that we got funding to reconstruct this road back in 2019, so we just let it deteriorate. We knew in 2019 that we were getting funding to reconstruct that road, yes.
That's advanced, that's 6 years. Okay, thank you. The other comment I make is one that has always been a burr in my bonnet, and anybody who knows me know the last thing I am is a fan of regional government. Dual taxation is very expensive, and I always feel we really don't get a bang for a buck with the region. I've always felt that. People out there can see it when they go down the road. My son and I put a snow fence up in the wintertime for the snow, and you go out there and you see 8 regional guys putting a snow fence up in a field at $100,000 each, and I'm thinking they've got the best of equipment, the best of pulleys, the best of tractors, and it takes 8 guys. We need a light bulb changed on Highway 20. We even had a contract to say regional roads are responsible for regional roads, and poor Mike wrote letters and everything else. We had to change the light bulb. And now we have a regional budget that comes in at 9.6% because of policing, which really doesn't affect us. But 9.6 in an economy where the government of Ontario said people are really hurting, let's send them $200 to help them out. Well, it turns out that this 9.6, according to the chair of the budget committee, said that averages to about $200 for the average taxpayer in the Niagara Peninsula. So what the region of Niagara elected officials decided was that provincial government was wrong and we didn't need the money. And so we're basically endorsing the check and passing it on to the next level of government. So much for acknowledgement from the region that the people in Niagara are suffering like the province feels the rest of the province is suffering. That really bothers me because the excuse was police protection and all the rest. City Council of Hamilton just approved a 5.62%.
Councillor Rayner, if I could just interrupt you to remind you that we are asking questions about our particular budget
Well, I
right
am
now.
relating to that budget, Madam Chair, because 5.62%, they spent $18 million to build homes to get the people out of tents, and they've had the worst policing problems in their history. They had 60 shootings in Hamilton, and yet they come up with 5.6. The population of Hamilton is about the population of Niagara, yet Niagara comes up with 9.6. I'm saying that there is just too much money going there. We have 2 representatives from this township, and I remember, I have to go back, but Jason Trombetta and myself had to go to all a bunch of regions with our former mayor to get an additional seat on regional council. Our own time, our own money. The reason was that the former mayor, Doug Joyner, and he was absolutely correct, we need more help, we need more representation to look after the wants and needs of the people in our township. Well, all of a sudden, they agreed, both our councilors that go to the region, agreed with a 9.6% that took away the money that the province said we needed, and because 56% of our tax dollar goes in this as a blended rate, our 5.46 turned out to be 6.36 because of the region. And I'm just very upset with this. Something down the road has to be done. We need representation at the region to say that we don't agree with this kind of spending. We're a rural country area. We're not paying for policing in Welland, Niagara Falls, and because you guys have a problem. We got our own problems. And and I can't go any farther because you're going to say I'm going off track. But anyways, 9.6, just remember that on top of the fact that it's a blended rate is what's pushing our tax dollar up. And because that was approved first, means that we, the taxpayers of this township, have to take less as a blended rate if we want to get it down. The higher the region number at 56%, the less the people of this township get with our money because we can't have a high tax rate, so we have to sacrifice for our township in order to ensure that the region gets what they want. And that's not right. The region doesn't live here. We live here. We're not getting what we should be getting. That's wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Thank you for your passion. And Councillor Rayner, I apologize to both of you.
Well, I thought you were going to Riley. You were bypassing Councillor Chief.
I'd never do that to my fellow Ward 2 councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not particularly looking at the library numbers. I am listening to what we had brought before us this evening. And one thing strikes me, and that is that we hear various trajectories that have to be met because we're going to have growth. And no offense meant or I'm sure and not intended by me, but you know, we have the same problem with the school board and various other people who have a problem where they have a different population and growth expectation for the municipalities that they are responsible for. And so sometimes they get out of line. And they happened in West Lincoln, they happen all over the place. But I heard tonight that there is the need for, there's expenses to address growth should be made now because of the growth that's coming. Somehow, I was hoping, and this is my question, is that if the library could sit down with our planning department and talk about when it is. My colleague to my left actually said something very true. Growth isn't probably going to hit us for a few more years. So I don't want to have the argument of saying, okay, we'll agree with the library or the school boards, but we know that there's no shovels in the ground. We know that the approvals have to go through and underground works have to happen. So I'd like to see us all having the same expectation for when growth will happen and how we have to prepare for it so that we're not advantaging or putting things out of step. That's just an observation I made. It's an exercise that could be done just so that everybody is working on the same thing. I also heard something else, Madam Chair, and that was that people are running their business at the libraries. Now, I've heard that before from other municipalities as well as their own. And I wonder if that was something we should be investigating, because if they're looking for that, I know that there's a place in town where you can rent an office and you could do your business occasionally or by the hour. And maybe we should be saying that that kind of opportunity available, that's not one of the services that we may be able to afford in the future. And I'd like just the library to think about it, because as much as we want to support our businesses, it's something maybe that should be brought to the chamber. It should be something that we're not talking about. They may be using facilities that young people want to use. But my point is that the appropriate use of our library system? Was that the intention? Or should we be looking at it and finding other ways to help people who are running their business? Those are the two observations about the library. They came from comments being made. And I just want to make sure it's a question, but it's a question that I should know the answer to, and that user fees we approved for all of our rec and culture and all of our fees. So those are done. And to look at user fees now, or anything impacting user fees, and shift it on or off the tax roll, I don't know what that would do for us, because then we would either, I thought we already dealt with those. And are water and sewer user fees not coming in March? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair to Councillor Chichok, the water and wastewater user fees that includes the consumptive and fixed rates are asked to be approved by council through this report and ratified at the February 24th report. So they're presented in this month's report.
In the budget now, because we used to do them separately. Okay. So that is a change, and that's okay. But the user fees for all of our rec and culture has been done. Okay. I too am running out of questions, but I really do think that if we are going to get through this budget, if we're looking for a targeted rate, we should probably talk about some of the things that need to change. And as I said to you, Madam Chair, I'm at the right time willing to suggest that I would put a motion forward for the 61,200. I'm sorry, I rounded. And I'm actually even looking at the tree budget, because I think that is something we should look for sponsors for instead of just accepting it. We got more money actually from the wind turbine people of late, and we could possibly go after some from some other places. So, and as far as being shovel ready in other programs, if we have to reduce our contributions to reserves because we were shovel ready with a few of our projects, that would be such a win for us. So I think we need to start looking at things that have a substantial amount so we can take us to where it is. Whoever, I think it was Councilor Riley, mentioned a targeted amount.
What, you talking about last meeting?
No, I'm talking about today. Didn't somebody mention? Maybe last meeting. Sorry, I apologize.
Yes.
Okay, I'm done for that round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I feel like we're winding down here, making some progress. I did want to mention something, because we're doing only 2 questions. I feel like some things have not been able to be, addressed. And so one thing I want to mention, anyone knows me knows, I lean a little bit more right. I like small government. I like, consolidation in that aspect. But I did want to point out a comment that was made towards our Director of Public Works. He did have 2 titles. But I think it's fair to recognize that the 2 titles that he carried, he didn't necessarily sign up for. It wasn't his passion necessarily. Maybe, apologies if I'm putting words in his mouth. But he came to us as an expert in public works. His engineer background referenced that. I think we kind of got our bang for our buck, that he was able to take the monkey on the shoulders of recreation and carry that. And now we're at a point where now we're able to take that responsibility off to him. So, and to his credit and his integrity, I think, he's carried both those positions extremely well. I don't think he's doing half the job. I think he was doing 2 times the job to begin with, and now he's doing the appropriate amount of work for what he's compensated for. So I did want to just mention that, because that comment was made earlier, and I think that was unfair, because he's not in a position where he can combat that or challenge that. And moving things forward here, I guess I just want a point of clarity, Madam Chair, through you back to our Director of Finance. So my inquiry around item 1181, the Wellandport and shoreline enhancements, you had mentioned if we were to push it back 5 years, hypothetically, that there would be a savings, because that would push it to the 10-year mark from this point here. Yet, when there was asked about the 150,000 that would be needed, if we were to push that back a year or two, there wouldn't be savings. So can I just seek clarity in my understanding that if that got removed from the 10-year capital plan and pushed to 2035, 2036, saying that right, that there actually would be some kind of cost savings to the municipality regarding that project?
Through the chair to Councillor Riley, staff would need to review, there would be savings, but staff would need to review what the exact amount would be that we'd be comfortable with recommending.
Okay. So at this point, Madam Chair, I would ask that maybe this would be, unless you have any other questions, maybe this would be the appropriate time for members of council to kind of throw their requests out, have staff write it down, and then maybe recess for a few minutes, because not only that, but my other question earlier in the night was asking about the status quo on the urban service areas tax that Ward 3 residents only get the lovely opportunity to pay, and if that could be looked at, how that could be funded differently than for the next year, instead of putting it on the backs of the Ward 3 residents. And those would be my, and the van as well. I know there's no immediate savings, but I think you still got to take that back and look at the implications there. So those would be my 3 requests. I know Councilor Chichik had a few questions that she had mentioned that she'd be ready to run with when ready, and maybe go around the table just to see if there's anything we could throw out there, and then let staff come back. Because right now what I don't want is we start hitting item by item and things get forgotten, or people think something's happening and then it gets messier.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Yes, my plan was to summarize when we seem to be winding down, so I have been taking some notes, and I know the clerk has been taking some notes out of your conversations as well.
Thank you.
So I will go through a few of the things that I have on my list, and then if our clerk has any additionals to offer up, then we'll add to that, and then perhaps give the Horseshoe another chance for anything additional to be revised from the recommendation that sits on the table right now. So we have, a couple of us have talked about option 2, the use of the planning reserve to fund the loss in developer contribution. The Trees for Life has now just been mentioned as well, and I certainly was going to bring that up if hadn't come around to me this time. Councillor Riley has also mentioned about the Wellandport Park being pushed forward. I didn't have a note on how many pushed back to 8 or so years, I think you said.
Well, whatever 2035 is, what I think we're talking about outside the
So 10
capital.
years, yeah. And also, you wanted a mention to how to fund the urban levy
To remain
differently,
status quo for this year.
to keep it status quo. Is there any that I missed?
Through the chair to the rest of council, I will go through my list that I have currently that I had heard as direct recommendations to the Director of Corporate Services to take into account before we take in the recess. So I can read them out right now, just as a collection of what I have. If something is inaccurate or you felt that that was not what you had meant, please let me know and I can adjust. The first one that I have is that the urban service area tax levy maintain the 2024 rate. That was a suggestion. That the IT upgrade to council chambers be deferred to 2026. That the proposed supervisor of accounting position be removed or frozen. That the planning reserve fund the loss in developer contributions for the planning department position. That the revitalization project for the library be removed. That the contribution to the Wellandport Park and shoreline enhancement be deferred by 5 years. This is the only one that I'm sort of questionable on. That the cube van replacement for water services be deferred 2 years. I believe that maybe we landed that wasn't something that we would do, or we want to be explored.
So, pardon me?
It's only to the reserve.
Yeah, it's only to, so we can remove that for
Okay.
now.
And then the final one I have is that project 1221 Trees for All be removed from the 10-year capital plan. That is all of the direct recommendations that I have from council written. However, if I've forgotten one, I see some.
You haven't forgotten. I was going to ask.
I still have the floor. I do have a clarification around the corporate service position, I believe you said. Can you read that again?
So that the proposed supervisor of accounting position be removed or frozen. I didn't really know the terminology.
And can I refer to the CAO about the hiring process for that?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, this was a position that council approved funding for in November. We have gone out to recruitment and those interviews have been scheduled now. As our best advice to council on this, and this is important, I can't underscore the degree that the finances and the oversight of our public dollars are at risk if we do not move forward with this position. The hours that are being put in right now by the CFO are nearly that of two positions in one. The load on the manager position, which is the next down, is equal to that right now, and there is oversight of the municipality's finances that are approaching the point where the due diligence is not able to be done anymore. This is a critically important role for the municipality, and believe me, I understand in challenging budget years and challenging times where people are needing to make decisions about what food they put on the table, internal positions like this are difficult to justify. But this is a role that the municipality will see significant service level decreases. We will be at risk of not hitting reporting deadlines to the province, and we do not have the ability right now to have appropriate amount of attention on where we are going with the municipality's finances, our capital plan, and long-term operational plan. This is a risk to the municipality. It, of course, is council's discretion in whether or not we move forward with it, and administration will, of course, execute council's direction. But this is advice that administration needs to provide council on this supervisor position.
Thank you very much for those serious words, and I know that it's not the first time that we have heard those comments. Our interim CIO, Ms. DeFilippis, definitely told us how under-supported that department was, and I would not support the removal of that position. I'm not sure how the rest of my colleagues would feel about that, but we can continue to have that on and then have further discussions if necessary. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. The one I've got is possibly defer.
Mike.
Sorry, possibly defer the 100,000 to Casterville until the decision is made on the status of that facility. You got that on there?
Through the chair to Councilor Rayner, that is the revitalization project, I believe, for the library.
Is that what you called it?
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't know it was called that. Yeah, but that's the only one that I've really got. The other one, but I don't know if it counts, but I guess it's going to the reserve, is that our chief said that we possibly could get this truck maybe cheaper. He was hoping for a couple 100,000, but at least 100,000, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, chief, that you mentioned. But that's going to the reserve. We can't use that for the levy. Is that not correct?
I'll defer that question to the CFO.
Through the chair to Councillor Rayner, the replacement of the pumper is funded through the fire reserve, so it is a levy-supported capital project.
It is levy supported.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we do? I'm trying to speak for you. You said you're pretty sure you can get 100,000. Well, that's 1%. That 97,000 equals one. That's a significant number. So how confident are you? Should that million basically have been 900,000? You're pretty good at it, because this is a time to put it on.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilor Rayner. I certainly can't say I would be 100% for sure, but I would probably be 75, 80% sure.
We'll add that.
Thank you. Thank you. What about the trucks? If we're not buying whatever, is there an opportunity somewhere where we can pick something up? Through to the Director of Public Works, is there an opportunity somewhere where we could pick up something similar to the situation of our fire department?
Yeah, through the chair to Councilor Rayner, we haven't looked into that yet, something we could investigate. I know our operations staff did look at a similar situation with a grade all. We have a grade all scheduled, which is a piece of equipment, a grade all. Okay, thank you. Scheduled in our 5 to 10 year forecast, so we looked at a demo option for that piece of equipment. I'm not sure, we haven't really investigated the tandem dump trucks. Just a suggestion, there was there was talk about the water van, deferring the water van. If we had to defer one of the equipments that are listed in the 2025 budget, I would focus more on, or at least review, project 485, which is the 1-ton dump truck. I think we could wait a year or two for that. I just don't know what the impact would be, but we could review that if you want to add it to the list.
Through the chair, I just wanted to point out one other thing to council that's important to take into consideration. When deferring capital projects, even by a couple years, we have to keep in mind that the cost of the capital project will likely increase for each year that we defer it because of inflationary pressures and things that are outside of our control, such as tariffs. So deferring projects into the future, we're facing increased costs with doing that. And this would negate any savings that we could see in reserve contribution transfers in the current year. So I just wanted to point that out to council. I think it's important to keep in mind when deferring projects into the future. As opposed to an elimination of a project from the plan, if we eliminate projects from our capital plan, that frees up the reserve contribution funding towards that project. And that's where we can see real savings in contributions to the reserves.
Thank you very much for that point. I'm going to ask the CAO of the library to come forward, as she indicated that she wanted to speak to Councillor Rayner's comment.
Thank you. I want, through you, Madam Chair, I want to remind you that during the CFO's verbal comments this evening, that she has indicated that the library board is interested in pushing that particular project, the revitalization of Caister, out another year, and they might even consider 2 years. We do want a little left in this year so that we can start to have some space design done to have a more complete picture of the shelving needs for AODA and the office space and that sort of thing. The library is in a unique situation in that the library board sets their budget. And so I am happy to take back to the board and their next meeting your interest in removing that particular project. It sounds to me that you want it completely gone as opposed to moved back. But it is ultimately the library board's decision if they remove that or when they remove that, in particular too, because the funding for that, I believe, is solely from the library reserves. Thank you.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes, thank you. I'll make this quick. I think just in sake of adding everything we can to this to see what comes back, I will also ask that the grants be part of that consideration. So the option 3, I think it was, that was provided by staff for removal, if that could just be part of it so we can see what that looks like when staff comes back to kind of give us all the numbers, and then from there we can kind of hash it out.
Through you, Madam Chair, in regards to the Wellandport project, if we move it forward, could that put in jeopardy the grant with the province? Because if the province is interested and wants to fund it, will we be prepared to provide them with the necessary information so that they can make, hopefully, a positive decision to fund the project? I don't want to put the project in jeopardy by us delaying it if by chance it might hurt our chances of leveraging provincial funding that could help fund an important project such as this.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I believe that this wouldn't be, the grant isn't dependent on the detailed design being done and that we've applied for funding in there. So if we get the grant, then we don't need to pull the trigger on this. We're putting the $150,000 into this budget to get it to a shovel-ready position so that if a future grant comes out, we're in a position to move quickly on it. That maybe Mr. DePaula could
That's correct. And in addition to that, if we do get the grant, I don't know what the funding grant amount is, and I apologize for that, but there is a contribution required from the township. So having that 150 in place would kind of at least be seed money to help pay for our proportionate share. But it wouldn't jeopardize the grant application if we deferred it. Because if it did get approved, then we would just come forward and ask for the money at the appropriate time.
Okay, one last call to any, okay, Councillor Chichuk.
Well, Madam Chair, not to be controversial, but if another way to approach this would be, rather than trying to remove some things, it would be to give us some breathing space for looking at things more again next year as they become clearer. And that is, I've looked at the transfer to capital reserve in our history, and in excuse me, I just got to move this back so I get the year correct. In 2019, we put nothing to the capital reserve, and that's I don't want to get into the details. In 2020, we put in 83,000. In 2021, there was nothing. Last year there was 400,000, and this year there's a proposal to put $500,000 there. And we have had $150,000 of available funding for the past 4 years go into the following year's base budget. Maybe this is the year where we take some, maybe boost that number and take capital reserve and reduce it. I know my friends here on staff are probably, or maybe they're not friends anymore, but our staff will probably say, whoa, what are you doing? No matter what we do, it's a zero-sum game. We take away from tomorrow, we have to make it up. I agree. But if this year is so critical and the taxes are so worrisome, rather than looking at what we should take out, if they're all valuable and we can't get a vote on it, maybe the last, because we're looking for 1%, I think, or thereabouts, in what I've heard from my colleagues around the table, that's $90,000. We got 60 and 30, and we have some other things in there, and rather than trying to take out a supervisor, maybe we look at the extra money coming from the reserve. If it's $10,000 or $20,000, and we're done. And I know that's sad, but $20,000 out of the capital going into the revenue in next year's operating budget, which would then go to a reserve, might be the way to solve this. A more simple and less painful to our staff. That would be my recommendation, is that if we find whatever it is they come back with after the break, that we're short of by $20,000 or so to get to 1%, why don't we do it that way, which will give our staff the feeling of support.
Do you need clarification for that?
Through the chair to the rest of council, I believe I'm comfortable with that suggestion. That will maybe be borne out as a recommendation following the break.
That's correct.
I will need clarification, however, as I go through this again, just because I've removed some projects based on the discussion that we've had. I have removed the water van from this consideration, and I believe it is safe to remove the revitalization project for Casterville based on the explanation from the CEO of the library, who was suggesting, or we want to keep it.
Go in, then we've got it.
Okay.
She has to take it back to her board.
She takes it back to her board, but if the board defers it, then we should be all right.
Okay. Through the chair, I would be maybe concerned on the timing of that, just based on the ratification schedule and how quickly the board can meet based on it. And then the other point of clarification that I have is regarding the fire trucks. I'm unclear of what the direction would be for the budgetary line based on the truck suggestion for the potential savings upon a truck, and whether or not we're actually approving that budget line and we're fine with that dollar amount going, and we're just giving advice to the fire chief to look for cost savings, or we're looking to reduce the line. I'm just unclear on the fire truck conversation of what we're actually asking to change in the budget, if there is a change, unless that's just conversation.
I'll refer to Councillor Rayner, because he certainly was the lead in that conversation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe you confirmed that you said put it on the list. So the chief is 70. Oh, I pressed the button. I did press the button.
We just cut the IT project.
So the chief did say he was 75% sure that he probably could come in at 9, so we were kind of hoping for that 100.
So the summary is to lower that by 100,000. And I'm not sure if we're clear about the library situation or not, and I'll refer to the CFO for that.
Through the chair, so I just wanted to provide some clarity regarding the CASER revitalization. So at the January 27th meeting, council was presented with this project for a total project of $100,000 in 2025. The library board did approve a change to this budget at their most recent board meeting, where the change was that $20,000 would be allocated to 2025, with the remaining $80,000 to the 2026 budget year. So the overall project's not changing; it's just a slight change in when the funds are planned to be expended.
So then, my assumption then, and my fellow councilors can correct me if I'm wrong, that we would leave it as is, because that's pretty much what we asked them to do. They had already taken it off and pushed it back to a future year. And is there anybody that can clarify if they had a different view on that?
What the 100,000 was on the budget, so if it's not 100,000 now,
But
then.
the budget wasn't updated. Remember she said it's coming back.
And maybe you can explain, Director, why that maybe is a little bit of delay of information just due to the meeting schedule
Yeah.
of the library board?
Yes, through the chair, the library board approved this change in the project. It was on February 11th. So given the timing of when that decision was made, staff did not have time to incorporate that into the budget, but it will be in the February 24th budget. February 24th report.
We're getting it. That's
Yes.
good. Thank you. That's all I need, just that it was delayed. Thank you.
Okay, just look around if anybody has anything further to add before we go to recess. Oh, Councillor Riley.
No, I'm just going to make this brief. I think you're doing an awesome job for your first chaired meeting.
Okay, I got more treats in my bag for you too. We're going to recess for 20 minutes. I'll look to the director, CFO. How long do you think you will need? And will you come back?
Through the chair, I would just like clarification on the exact list of items that council is looking for administration to review, please.
Okay, you guys will meet. Let's aim for 20 minutes. And
Sure, I'll let you know if I need longer.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we'll recess now until 9:50. And welcome back from our recess. We had some staff do some hard work for us, and I'm going to turn to the clerk. He's going to reiterate the recommendation modifications, and then we'll turn to our CFO for an update on what has happened to the existing budget.
Through the chair to the rest of council, this is the motion, the amending motion rather, that we have on the floor right now, and what the CFO had went away with to come back with some numbers. That the operating capital budget found in recommendation report T-02-2025 regarding the 2025 operating and capital budget update be amended by the following items. A, that the urban service area tax levy maintain the 2024 rate, and B, that the IT upgrade to council chambers be deferred to 2026. C, that the planning reserve fund the loss in developer contributions for the planning department position, and I forget what I'm at. D, that the contribution to the Wellandport Park and shoreline enhancement be deferred 5 years. I'll just skip the letters for now. That Project 1221, Trees for All, be removed from the 10-year capital plan. That the community group grants program be removed. And that the fire truck replacement project be lowered by $100,000. Those are the recommendations that the CFO had went away with, and I believe that she'll have a presentation based on those recommendations.
And if you could take away there, please.
Through the chair, so I will provide an itemized list of items that have an impact to the levy and the percentage, the dollar impact and the percentage impact. And then the items that have no budget impact, I will provide explanations on those separately. So the first, if the use of the planning reserve of $60,000 is used in 2025 for the planning department position, that would reduce the levy by $60,000 or 0.62% decrease. If the Trees for All project is removed, that would reduce the capital reserve transfer in 2025 by $30,000. So that is a $30,000 levy decrease or 0.31% decrease. And I'd just like to remind council that the library board did approve additional changes. So that has already been approved. So the levy decrease impact is $18,010 or 0.19% decrease. And the last item that has a levy impact is the removal of the community grant program of $15,610 decrease to the levy or 0.16% decrease. Regarding the Wellandport Shoreline Enhancement Project. So this project, the main chunk of the construction project where the main expenditure is taking place is scheduled in 2030. If council wishes to move that out to 2035, that will not have an impact to the required capital reserve transfer in 2025. It will benefit future, if that it was the will of council to move out that project, it would benefit future reserve contribution needs to the capital reserve, but it will not impact 2025. I would just like to remind council that in order to fund the 10-year capital plan, we have already reduced the 2025 capital reserve contribution by $100,000, as I mentioned earlier this evening, due to the Silverdale project budget being reduced. In 2026, we are looking at a reserve contribution of $800,000 towards the capital reserve, and in 2027, we are looking at a $1.1 million capital reserve transfer. So it is important that we do not reduce the capital reserve transfer any further for 2025, as it would have impacts for future year transfers, and the impact of those future year transfers would be even a greater impact to the levy. Regarding the IT renovation project for council chambers, deferring that project to 2026, there would be no impact to the required capital reserve, the facility reserve transfer needed in 2025. So that deferring that project by 1 year would not have an impact to the 2025 levy. Regarding the urban service area levy, if council, if it's the will of council to keep the urban service area levy the same as it was in 2024, in order to do that, that would mean that the levy would have to be decreased by $13,130. Two ways that this could be done if that was the will of council. The contribution to the streetlight reserve could be reduced by $5,000. That would mean, though, that there would be no contribution to the streetlight reserve at all in 2025. It would be eliminated. The remaining $8,130, this would be an operational decision to see if there's expenditure savings that can happen, but potentially in the repairs and maintenance contract budget line, operations staff could potentially see if there's savings of $8,130 that could be realized through that line. But that would be an operations decision. Regarding the pumper fire station truck in the 2025 budget, right now it is reflected at a cost of $1 million. At this time, staff are not recommending a change to the budget that's currently in front of council, as the cost uncertainties regarding this are, or the cost impact is uncertain in terms of whether those savings could be realized or not. In the event that it could be, and the savings are realized, and that the project does come under budget, the savings for that project would be mean that there would be less fire reserve funding required, and that would benefit the fire reserve. I think I mentioned, or I went through all of the items.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Do you have a total on what those percentages that you mentioned would impact the levy?
Yes.
To total that?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Councillor, Madam Chair. I can provide us a summary. So of the items that I listed that have the a budget impact, so that would mean if all items were accepted by council, the levy requirement would be decreased by $123,620. This means that the levy would decrease by 1.27%. And council at the beginning of this evening was presented with a base level increase of 5.73%. If all these options were approved by council, that would mean that our new base levy percentage increase would be 4.46%.
Thank you very much for all of that hard, fast work that you did. So I'm going to look around, not doing it in any order this time. Oh, yeah. Could you give us the blended rate? Or do you want me to go to questions while you're doing that calculation?
Through the chair, I just have to calculate that.
Okay, I'll go to questions then. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But we had, and then we took off the new position for the supervisor accounting. That would add 1.32 if we added that, because that's a direct number that was given in the initial budget as a percentage. That one wasn't mentioned.
It was consensus, that's why it wasn't mentioned.
It was on the list
No,
at
but it
one
got
point.
taken off when we asked for consensus.
Let's turn to the clerk and clarify that.
Through the chair to Councilor Rayner, by consensus, and the one who had initially brought that recommendation to the amending motion, it was kind of revoked, and the rest of council had no opinion on that. You didn't voice a concern when I had mentioned that the final totality of that wasn't making the list. I don't know whether the CFO would be able to calculate that number at the will of council. However, obviously, we're still not at the voting stage, so nothing is finalized.
But that number's, Madam Chair, that number's already calculated. It was on the initial list as 1.32. It was given in the initial report 2 weeks ago when we got it.
Councillor, would you like to forward to the clerk to add that to be part of the recommendation?
Are we going to do these Sorry, Madam Chair, are we going to do these individually? Like, I hope we're not lumping these all together.
Through the chair to Councillor Riley, a lot of the times with budget, eventually at this point, we do come to a consensus where they can be voted on together. However, we also have the opportunity to separate them out and vote on them individually. It takes a little bit more time, obviously, but however, obviously, if there's some will of council that there's some disagreements on certain ones, obviously, we can separate them out, vote on them individually, such as this one that Councillor Rayner seems to be bringing forward.
Okay.
I'm just going to go back to Councillor Rayner. Are we adding that, Councillor Rayner? You would like that added?
Well, if we're going to vote on it, yes, you can add it.
Now I will go to Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just was seeking clarity if we could, maybe, I know it's not maybe the most convenient way, but I think there's going to be a lot of varying opinions. What's the word I'm looking for? We're going to differ in opinion here, to say the least. And so I think there's a lot of items there to unpack. But I think probably for simplicity, for clarity, so no one's coming back later saying, oh, I thought this was a part of that and that was a part of this. I really think we need to vote on these individually to make sure that we're understanding, because there's some things I agree with, some things I don't agree with, and I don't know how we're going to take consensus. We're going to be unpacking it anyway. So I would ask that maybe we can, one by one, maybe that would make the most use of our time, since we've already done the hard work this evening, if we can just hammer through the rest of it. That'd be my suggestion.
Through the chair to Councillor Riley, we can take that suggestion into account, or if there's a possibility where there's only one that is potentially in disagreement, we can separate that one out. However, the conversation is still open to the floor of the council.
I would suggest.
If that was put into a form of a motion, Madam Chair, just to eliminate any kind of confusion, I would say that I would so that we all know exactly. Oh my goodness, look at that. Madam Chair, at the right time, if we need a motion, I'll either move it or second it for Councillor Riley, because I think we need to vote on them individually, and rather than trying to have a dispute on what we did vote for.
Go. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on any additions or clarifications on the items that have been already mentioned? Councillor Chichuk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw that, I see now on the return by our CFO that we've included the removal of grants. I must have missed that, which is why I want them individually. But I'm understanding that $15,610 is what we're offering to 10 municipal organizations that are not-for-profits that do some work. I know that the Santa Claus Parade isn't there anymore, but I think if we need to hear who it is, or we want to have a judgment on them, the amounts are like $1,500 each. If we're going down to that low, I think we better start going down that low, and I would be willing to open up and stay as long as we have to get to that kind of money. But that's getting, let's get to something substantial so we can get this done. And so I would be happy to see that one removed, or if it stays on the list, we just vote and see how everyone else feels.
Well, let's leave it on the list for now, and then if there's more conversation that occurs during those individual recommendations, we will further get more information from the CFO. So would you like to proceed with start?
No, that's.
Anybody else?
One by one now, is you just pick one and go?
I have to create them, sorry.
Put it on the screen.
I don't, I'm assuming.
No, I think he's just trying to gather his
Yeah,
thoughts.
it's a lot.
You're gonna set them each.
Every single one.
Well, what if you see?
They can't. He said no.
4, 5.
He said no.
Can't do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then just pull whatever you want.
So I think that's gonna get murky, because there's gonna be some things that you might, I feel like in the end, everyone's gonna be pulling it anyways.
Yeah. So we got 6, you got pretty much 6 votes here.
Yeah.
Are there some that we can agree with off the top with, that we don't have to do
vote on
individually?
Well,
Probably
these
that'll
ones you
take
could-
just
you
as
could pretty
long.
much do 'em hand, can you not do hand, or you need to do it actually?
Put your hand up.
We can do,
Yeah.
Either wins or doesn't.
through the chair, through the hand will be quicker. Obviously, if we have a few to go through, I can start reading them out. You'll just have to forgive me as I have to create each vote individually.
So that way you can just take consensus, that way by our hands going up, so it's
Essentially.
formal.
Because at the, sorry, in the end, it's still gonna be.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
So it doesn't
I'm
matter.
just making sure someone's like, oh, we end up pulling them all out anyways.
So through the chair to the rest of council, I will read the first bit of the motion this first time. It'll be the same each time, but to save time, since it is about 3 lines here, that the operating and capital budget found in recommendation report T-02-2025 regarding the 2025 operating and capital budget update be amended by the following item. That the urban service area tax levy maintain the 2024 rate. I need a mover and seconder for each one. So Councilor Riley's moving.
Councillor Maychuk.
If there's any discussion.
Any comments or questions?
I think for simplicity, Madam Chair, I think it's fine to go right to the vote at this point. We've already kind of talked to it earlier.
Okay, and in support of that, please raise your hand. And that carries. There's a lot of clicking going on over here.
Through the chair to the rest of council, again, to save time, I won't read the beginning portions there, that the IT upgrade to council chambers be deferred to 2026.
Okay, we need a mover. Councillor Maychuk and a seconder. Nobody's Count Rayner.
So, Madam Chair, I think that it was pointed out to us that that would have no impact, sorry, that it
Oh.
would, that item would have no impact
So-
Right.
on the 25, so I'm not sure that,
Why bring it up?
Well, there's a few
It's
on
'cause
here
it's
that
on the
have no
list.
impact, and they were not removed, so we have to
Yes.
go through each of them, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's, yeah,
Okay, so if you...
All in favor.
All in favor?
lost.
And that's lost. Which means now it's going to happen. Super Bowl party at the Chambers.
Madam Chair, can you let us know when you're reading them to which one is the impact and which is not the impact for simplicity?
Through the chair to the rest of council, I know this one has an impact. That the planning reserve fund, the $60,000 loss in developer contributions for the planning department position.
I have
need
a
mover and
mover,
second.
Councillor Chichuk, second by Councillor Maychuk.
G-Chuck. The 2 chucks, the woodchucks.
And any discussion? All in favor? And that carries. Look at us.
Voting.
Yeah, voter. The silence is very awkward. That the contribution, this is one that doesn't have an impact, or so I remember, that the contribution to the Welland Port Park and shoreline enhancement be deferred 5 years.
Yes, this was 0% impact. Do I have a mover?
Someone has to put it on the floor.
And it died.
Okay. That project 1221, Trees for All, be removed from the 10-year capital plan.
This was a 0.31% difference on the budget. Do I have a mover? Counselor Chichuk?
I think there was a motion
Mayor-
attached to that that said we would look for supportive funding from other ways.
Can't
You can bring that into.
Okay.
I think it was there from the very beginning, but if you feel that you did not put it there, I think that staff can take it as a direction that we were looking for it.
Through the chair to Councillor Chichok, so the motion is in regards to the budget presentation in front of us. The amending motion is to the motion, again, amending the capital budget, attaching staff direction to that might not be the most clean way to address that situation.
I'll bring it back to the next meeting.
Are you still comfortable with moving it?
You bet.
Okay. And second by? Councilor, Mayor Ganan. And any discussion? And all in favor? And that carries.
That the community group grants be removed.
Do I have a mover? Councilor Riley. Seconder? This has an impact of 0.16%. We have to have it on the floor first. Oh, second by Councilor Rayner. Question, Councilor Maychuk.
Yeah, I asked earlier what groups are impacted, just to get a sense of where that money goes. You said 10 different groups. I heard about 1,500 per group, but who are some of the groups?
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Maychuk. So I can speak to the most recent allocation that was approved in 2024 by Council with the 2024 funding, just some of the groups that received the funds. The Foundation of Resources for Teens, Fort, received $5,000. West Niagara Agricultural Society received $3,000. The Royal Canadian Legion Smithville branch received $2,000. The West Lincoln Chamber of Commerce received $1,300. The Niagara 4-H Association received $1,500. Smithville Garden Club received $1,000. The Jeff Milcup Mental Health Association received $400. And lastly, the Caister Plowmen's Association received $200.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get that this, to some members of our community, this might not be well received, but as you could tell, like, we're dealing with unprecedented times and the amount of pressure that people are experiencing, and a few $100s for one organization, that probably you could really use it. It doesn't seem like much, but at the same time, when we look at it from the big picture, which is the $15,610, I think, or it was around $15,000. I think this is just the year where we need to, ask for patience. Put it on pause for this year. Revisit next year. Doesn't mean it's gone forever, but I would ask that we support this, and then next year revisit whether or not we can bring this back. But the times are just more pressing. Of something's got to go. There's a lot of wish list stuff out there. I don't think this, from the municipal standpoint, is absolutely necessary. I'm obviously maybe alone in that thinking. I certainly would like to see the savings for this year, and hopefully we can revisit it next year.
Does any other members of council have a comment or question about that? Councillor Chichuk.
I think I heard one of my colleagues, Councillor Michuk, and I were talking during the break about the fact that we needed places for people to gather. It was very important for us to have people to come together on regular bases, and if they did that, they probably wouldn't be finding violent or other activities to take up, and that the youth have very limited opportunities in this township. So I struggle with it, and I certainly think that we can re-look and recalibrate these grants in the future. I'd like to see us spend that time doing it this year, but I really do feel that this is a very small investment, it's a heck of a lot less than a fireman, or pardon me, a policeman coming in and patrolling the streets. So I would hope that we would be able to look at this one as something useful.
Any other members? Councillor Riley?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess I'm just a little confused with maybe some of the wording my colleague used in reference to by not supporting this will lead to violence. Maybe she might want to clarify what she meant by her words, because I certainly don't see not supporting this that those individuals are going to become violent or be subjected to violence. Again, I get the hard times and before us all, but I think we also got to be careful, what kind of information we're putting out there, because I think these groups are run by wonderful people, and I think they're going to do their best to keep these, organizations going, and hopefully we can revisit this next year. But I think I'd be caution on the. At least that's what I took from it. So maybe she could clarify what she meant when she used the term violence.
I said I think they could lead to violence. I didn't mean that they were violent. And I would like to just think that by putting in a precautionary measure, it's like having a babysitter when you've got young children. You just don't want them to throw spaghetti at the wall. I'm looking for things that would be opportunistic for young people to engage in opportunities where they have leaders, mentors, and guides that help them in these times, whether in whatever way, not that they would become violent. No, not at all. Not my intention.
Thank you for the clarity.
I'm just going to comment quickly on this item as well. I think it's a small investment that we make in our community that has a direct impact, and I would definitely hate to see that taken away from the community groups that year after year have expected this type of funding. So is there any more comments or questions? And we'll put that to the vote. All those in favor of...
What's the question, sorry? Is it to remove or to stay?
To remove. To remove it from the budget.
Correct.
So this would mean, if you vote for it, means that these groups will not get the funding. Okay? So if all in favor of removing it, and that's lost. I'm just going to turn to the clerk to ask a quick question about our time. It is approaching 11:15. When do we need to do a motion to extend our meeting?
To the chair.
Because we still have others.
Approximately probably 10:50 would be a good time after this motion is done. Since this is the amending motion, there won't really be anything else on the floor proposed, so we will be dealing with the main motion. If there are more motions to come from council based on this, obviously that would open up more conversations, but I'm thinking after the finalization of these last few ones, we'll be at the main motion, and that's when we're actually voting to accept it and to approve of the report that will be coming next week. So I don't anticipate this one going on too much longer.
Okay, but we do have other business still. Yeah.
That the fire truck replacement project be lowered by $100,000.
Do I need a mover? Councillor Maychuk? Are you seconding it?
Sure, if you want, but it doesn't affect the levy.
Yeah, there has zero impact. No, I don't know if that was true or not.
That's what you said.
No, she just didn't recommend it. I'm going to turn to the CFO. If the fire truck decreased to 900,000 or whatever 100,000 difference was, does that affect the levy?
Through the chair, I would not recommend a decrease to the fire reserve contribution if the project was reduced by 100,000.
Okay, so no impact. Okay.
Is that what we heard?
I don't know. We really heard that.
Can we ask the question again,
Yeah.
Madam Chair? It's not whether she recommends it. It's not that staff recommended or not. We already know they don't. We wanted to know what the impact was.
Yes.
There would be, through the chair, there would be no change to the fire reserve transfer in the 2025 budget.
And then can you just clarify that there would be no change to the levy? That's what the councillor wants to know.
Through the chair, as a result of this, there would be no impact to the levy.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll let it die, or
Well, if there's no seconder, so did somebody second?
you didn't second? No.
Okay, so then it,
So it dies on the
dies.
floor. Okay. Just like we're about to.
this is the last one. Through the chair to the rest of council, this was the last provision added by Council Rayner, that the supervisor of accounting position be removed.
Do I have a mover? And second by Councillor Trombetta. Any comments or questions? All in favor of removing that position? And that failed.
So through the chair to the rest of council, that is all of the provisions that I have in the amendment.
Through you?
Do we have to make a motion to?
Your
accept-
microphone.
His is on. Madam Chair, I was just wondering if we understood that the library had recommended those, but do we have to have a motion to accept those reductions? That was my question.
I'll ask for clarification through our CFO. My understanding is that that was already recommended by the library board and approved by them.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct, and that will be removed from the levy as a result of that.
Okay.
Through the chair to the rest of council, Councilor Trombetta is right. I believe we could probably call the question if there's not any more motions being put onto the floor. Yeah, I'll read, sorry. I will go back to the original motion, since there are no more amending motions to this motion. That recommendation report T-02-2025, titled 2025 Operating and Capital Budget Update, dated February 18th, 2025, be received. And that the 2025 general base tax levy of $10,363,130 be approved, and that the 2025 hospital levy of $206,900 be approved, and that the 2025 urban service area levy of $199,440 be approved, and that the 2025 water and wastewater utility user fees and charges as presented in Schedule B with an effective date of July 1st, 2025 be approved, and that administration be directed to prepare the final 2025 operating and capital budget report with all necessary attachments for presentation and approval at the February 24th, 2025 council meeting, and all of that to include the amending resolutions that we had also just passed. Sorry, there's...
So clarity, point of clarity, Madam Chair. So these oh, my mic is on. These numbers are not reflective to some of the amended stuff we just approved.
We'll go to the CFO.
Through the chair, yes, the levy will change as a result of these items that were just approved by council. So I can give you the revised numbers to include in the resolution if that's how the clerk would like to proceed.
Yes. If we
Through the
could.
chair, we can for informational sake. However, the last recommendation does cover that, but for
It'd be good
council's
to
sake, we can include the
to
proper
see
numbers
it.
as well.
I think we need to see
I-
it so we know what we're
through-
voting on. Also, if I may, sorry to interrupt, is there going to be an opportunity for me to remind you of my conflict with my wife being on that board, that I'm not participating in that, so there's no integrity complaint later as a result? Okay.
Through the chair, just, I believe the only number change that would be required from the CFO, correct me if I'm wrong, is the general base tax levy number, or would there be, or the service levy as well, sorry. I believe those are the only two numbers that I would need different.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Can I do it at the same before? No, there's too much to go.
So through the chair, I'll provide the revised base tax levy. So council has approved 3 items to further reduce the tax levy. So the total of those is $108,010 reduction. So the new base tax levy that we are seeking council's approval of is $10,255,120. The new increase then over 2024 is 4.62%, and that is just related to the base tax levy increase.
Through the chair to the CFO, I believe the next number would be the urban service area levy would be the only other number of contention.
If council's wishes to keep the 2024, the urban service area tax levy the same as 2024, the levy would then need to stay $186,320.
If I can, Madam Chair, I might have missed it, but did we hear what the new percentage is going to be, both locally and blended? I know it might not need to be in the resolution, just for those at home who are interested in waiting.
Perhaps we could proceed with the vote and then get that information after.
Okay.
Is that
That's fine with
all right
me,
with
yes. Yeah.
So I need a mover.
Well, we already have it. It's already on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
If
the
there's no
vote
other-
is going to be by hand?
It's easier.
Okay. So all those in favor of this recommendation, please raise your hand.
Carries
And that
forward.
carries.
I will.
And now we'll need to have a recommendation to go past 11. Can you read that?
I have to create it. Sorry, I have to create it.
Madam Chair, I just want for the record that if, the paper will ask who voted and who didn't vote in favor, so I just want that for the record. Well, then the system should work because the vote can be recorded. So, everybody wants to police things, but then we can do things properly. Let's vote properly. Let's go. Then I'll put it.
But it already
Well,
passed.
so technology doesn't work, and now you're saying you should have called for a recorded vote?
But they
Well,
called the vote.
if I could intervene, we've already done the vote, and it's too late now to record the vote.
That's
People will
fine.
have to watch the video, which I'm sure my whole family is watching right now anyways.
No, that's fine. That's right. I'll just make my point at council, that's fine, you're right. Good call, thank you, Counselor. It's getting past 11, getting tired and forgetting as well, so it happens.
Through the chair to the rest of council, I'll read out this resolution that the Corporate Services Committee be approved to proceed past 11 p.m.
And I have a mover, Councillor Ryler, and second by Councillor Chichuk. And all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you for coming, library. Okay, so I can proceed now? I can proceed with the remainder of the meeting? I can proceed with the remainder of the meeting now? Okay. Okay, yes, you're right. First, before we proceed, I'm going to turn to the CFO and ask if she's had the opportunity to do that blended rate calculation.
Through Madam Chair, yes, so I can present what the estimated impact to an average homeowner would look like with these changes approved by council this evening. So first, for a home within the non-urban service area, so they would be, an average homeowner in that area would be looking at a tax increase in the township portion of $72.08, or a $6 increase on a monthly basis. Someone in the the blended rate that an average homeowner would be seeing would be 5.92% increase over 2024.
5.92?
Is the blended,
Is
yes.
the blended rate. Thank you for all your hard work tonight. Any other questions in regards to the blended?
What was the local? What was the, like the?
Oh, the
Oh.
urban, the urban?
So,
What is it?
for,
4.62, okay.
yes, 4.62 is the base. And then I'll just get you with it factoring in the hospital levy, what that percentage looks like as well. I'm just gonna get that. So when factoring in the total levy, which is the base, the general base tax levy and the hospital levy, comparing over 2024, the increase is 4.31% after growth.
Okay, thank you very much. 4.35.
This will all be presented in the final budget report presented to council on February 24th.
Okay, let's move along to our next item of 11.2, item CS05-25, Fire Chief Dennis Fisher. Information report WLFD-02-2025, monthly update, January 2025. The recommendation is that information report WLFD-02-2025, titled Monthly Update, January 2025, dated February 18th, 2025, be received for information. Do I have a mover? Councillor Chichuk, second by Councillor Riley. And do we have any comments or questions? Okay, the vote will come up in front of you, or, yeah? Watch for the vote. It's not, mine didn't come. I accept it. Doesn't work past 11. And that carried. Okay, we're moving on to other business. Item CS06-25, verbal members of committee verbal updates from members of boards and committees if required. We'll start with Councillor Maychuk. Do you have anything?
I'll just echo again that Family Day was a great day and really enjoyed it, and glad to see the firefighters out there supporting charity.
Awesome. Mayor Ganan?
No, nothing. I enjoyed fire yesterday as well. Family Day was great. Thanks to staff for that.
Just one comment to the Public Works, because it will lose its thunder by next week, that, good job cleaning up the roads. We did get a big storm on Sunday, and especially Family Day for people to get out to see their families. But, driving to work this morning, what is more of a maintenance for, I find in the rural areas, is the maintaining of the drifts, because the drifts is what cause more problems than the actual snow. Absolutely. And to see that, Public Works really did a good job cleaning those roads. Just want, if you can, the director, let the guys know from myself and probably all of council that, they did a fantastic job of maintaining those roads for this big storm that we just had. And in one
As of today, there's a member of the commission asked to extend the public engagement by a week. So instead of it being wrapped up on the 21st, it's actually now wrapped up on the 28th. So there's still lots of time for anybody at home that still wish to share their voice and have their impact on what that could look like. So that's all.
Very good. Councillor Chichuk?
I too echo on the cleanliness of the roads and the fact that Mother Nature just fights back by blowing the snow all over the road again. Next Monday, the 24th of February, West Lincoln Chamber will be holding their AGM. It'll be virtual, and it's between 4 and 5 p.m. There's some good information or good changes. There's some changes that are going on at the Chamber, so anyone who wishes to get on can go on the website, and all people are welcome, and we are all members. Tuesday, I want to remind my colleagues that the West Lincoln Bowling League is going to be part of the Parkway Social on Ontario Street, and that is for big brothers and sisters. So, you know, if you got a cowboy hat and a good shot, come out. Otherwise, just come and clap it for the rest of us. And that is it.
Councillor Rayner, do you have
Oh,
anything?
yeah, I did, but I didn't. I missed it. We
Again,
missed
like
it.
everybody else said, the roads out there in my rural area.
Microphone. Mike and Mike.
Thank Public Works, the roads were very well done, and the only one on Caser Center Road for 7 hours was a snowplow on Sunday, so that was a very quiet day. Thanks.
And I don't have anything to add other than what everybody else has already said. So we'll move along to 12.2, members of council, any other business items of an informative nature? I'm not going to go to each of you, I'm just going to look to see. And Mayor Ganam.
I just forgot, coldest night of the year is a Saturday. And so if you feel like walking in the cold for a good cause, we do have a team. I will give thanks at this point in time to Chris Ferrer, who's a great fundraiser. And so she alone has doubled our team.
Oh my gosh,
So we're
that's
close
amazing.
to $2,000 thanks to Chris.
Amazing.
So the rest of us have helped, but she's wonderful at fundraising, so.
Who can say no to her?
Exactly.
Anyone else? And we'll move on to item 12.3, Councillor William Riley, Municipal Building Flag Policy. Recommendation is that administration be directed to
Hold on. I don't think we're doing the recommendation yet. I think that's to come. That might just be on your sheet here.
It is on my sheet.
Yeah.
So I need to wait?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll have a discussion
No
first.
problem.
Thought I wasn't allowed to do that.
That's okay.
And I will refer to you.
That's all right. And for those at home, so I have been in talks with staff, which clearly gave you a heads up in terms of one of the requests that we're going to ask here tonight. So what I've kind of brought forward here is, you know, a conversation we had last week, a little bit connected to that, but Councillor Broderick and myself had kind of come into a conversation regarding the one of the flags at our community center. So we have an American flag that seems to be fixated, or not fixated, sorry, fixed, permanently fixed in our community center for 365 days a year, and we don't even have an Ontario provincial flag currently in our municipality that we're aware of that's even up one day of the year. And I guess maybe, to beat the drum that I was talking about last week, and Made in Canada, that campaign that we're trying to push kind of resonated even a little bit more over the last few days. And when we're recognizing that our neighbors from the south there aren't necessarily respecting us, or they're in this current situation that's making us question our allies. It kind of struck a nerve to realize that here we are in our country, in our facility, proudly displaying their flag, and it kind of brought into question, like, what is the actual protocol around that? Why is this up? Was this a resolution of council? And so what was kind of turned into like an innocent question of inquiry kind of resonated a little bit more of like, has this actually been done right? And so we kind of looked at it from kind of seeking clarity and what the policy that we have regarding flags in our community looks like, and does this actually fit that? Because my understanding is other municipalities will, when another neighboring country comes to visit to play, they'll raise their flag then. Why is this flag permanently fixed in our community? Should it just be brought out when a team is visiting? And so the thought kind of behind all this was to have a discussion tonight to discuss that and ensure to kind of ensure that what we have in place actually makes sense. And, from a little bit of research and reach out to staff, it turns out we didn't actually have a policy, and somebody way back when, before the community center was built, put the flag up, and it just kind of got transitioned over by default. So it wasn't necessarily done by any resolution of council. It just kind of became grandfathered in. And so it kind of sparks the next question and concern is, what happens as our relationship deteriorates further with our neighbors to the south? What happens if someone decides to take a can of hairspray and a lighter to it? And what risk does that pose? Because it's within somewhat reachable. It's not quite reachable, you can grab with your hands, but it's just off the walking track. And what implications does that create if we're displaying this? And we know that right now there's many people in our community who are not happy with our American neighbors, and myself included, but I certainly wouldn't jump to that extreme, but it's kind of the what if. And so I think the proper situation at this point is to have a discussion around whether or not we need to rectify this, and whether or not it's actually compliant with our current flag policy, which it isn't. So I think the question really comes down, we kind of need direction to give staff to review that policy to make sure that, it all the flags that are being raised are being raised appropriately at the appropriate time. And so again, this is not to prohibit the flag in any capacity. I don't want there to be a misunderstanding. I'll be honest, my personal feeling is that I feel disrespected by our American neighbors and their president. I certainly have no problem with their flag being raised when they're here visiting and their team's playing, but I think outside of that, that flag should be pulled down and stored away until their team comes back. I don't think it has earned the right to remain in our facility 365 days a year. That's just my opinion. Now, like I mentioned, I did talk to the clerk, and so we do have a preemptive motion should council entertain it, but that's, just to give you an idea, that's kind of where this all came from. But I give some credit to Councilor Braderick as well, because it was a conversation she kind of started that I kind of walked into more or less, and as a result, it just kind of grew into this, and so her and I have that in common. We certainly are on the same page there, and hopefully other members of council will agree, and at the appropriate time we can bring that motion forward so staff can, or council members can actually hear what's actually to be debated here.
Can we hear the motion before we
Yes,
get discussion? If
sure,
that's okay, because
yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
what the
that's
motion
fine.
says.
The motion is as follows: that administration be directed to remove American flags affixed to township-owned facilities, and that township and that administration be directed to review the corporate flag policy to ensure the township is compliant with the provisions therein.
So we'll ask for a mover.
So I'll move that.
I'll second to get to the floor.
And any other questions or comments?
I got a comment. I get where Council Riley's coming from, but I want to be clear that I have family in America and I do respect the American people. Obviously, the government at the moment is causing an issue for, I guess, for some people up here, and obviously there's getting some real, I guess, would call hostile times. I guess you want to call it that way. There's a lot of dislike, but I want to be clear that I have American relatives and I like the American people. There's no doubt. If it is going to possibly cause disruption or a safety issue, because we know we've had damage at the community center, and if there's an indication that it could be someone throwing their gum, someone throwing a cup of coffee, we know other buildings are having some issues at the moment. I've heard stories of that happening already. If that is going to be a safety issue, then for the meantime, and the meantime only, until the turmoil kind of comes to a calmer waters, I just want to say it, then I will support that, but not because I don't like the American people or I don't like the country as a whole. Again, I have a lot of relatives, especially from the Boston area, that I have. So, but if it's for safety and safety purposes only, that, again, we've had other banners up at the community center where I know we've had, reports of damage and stuff like that. So if this is going to be a safety issue, then I will support only for that purpose, not because of the country. I'm doing it for the protection of our municipality or damage to the facilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think the reason behind flying the flags is we're all proud. We're proud of our Smithville, our town. We should fly that flag. We're proud of our province. We should display that flag, Ontario. And of course, we're proud Canadians, so we should display that flag. Those are the three flags. But when it comes to sports and activities, especially involving kids, it's important that we're free of any politics. And if teams come from the U.S. or anywhere around the world, Finland or wherever it may be, it's important that we show that we're happy to welcome them to our community. And thus, in those cases, their flag should also be flown. And if need be, occasionally the provincial flag is then removed, but only when there's visitors into the town. That's how I feel.
Just for clarification's sake, our three flags that fly at our community center outside the building, where we do change flags, there is, of course, the Ontario flag flying there at all times, and the Canadian flag flying there at all times. It is the township flag that we change at that point in time when we have, as per our flag policy. So we might want to review our flag policy, but it actually is quite clear about And there's nothing wrong with reviewing policies, I'm not against that, but that policy was looked at relatively recently and really clarified what flags we would fly and which ones that we didn't want to get involved in, because we didn't want to be involved in sticky situations. So that set aside, we do have an Ontario flag that flies in our community all of the time. So.
It's actually a Commonwealth flag that we have, or the Enshine flag there.
We're just letting you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, but you're interrupting, so thank you. So the other thing I want to say is that although I don't have a problem, I do know that many American teams have come to play. I don't have a personal problem if that comes down at this point as well. We need to make sure that we do that. I think I would just want to point out that there are a lot of cities, Canadian cities, that are really struggling right now and trying to get along with their American neighbors. Although there's a very high-level controversy going on right now, I know that the mayor of Fort Erie has met recently with the mayor of Buffalo, and I know that the mayor of various other communities all the way along, all parts of Canada, that share borders. Those borders are invisible for most part between those communities. They are back and forth to their favorite restaurant or for a sporting activity or just to visit with family members. And some people work on the Canadian side and live on the American side and vice versa. So it's very problematic. I just don't want to see us get caught up in the middle of a lot of that. I think if we just quietly do something with our flag, that's one thing. I don't want to see it become a controversy in our municipality. Thank you.
I'm basically there with the mayor and Councillor Trombetta, but I would take it a little further. You know that there are Americans who live within our community. They have come here and are married Canadians. They may not have normalized, but they are feeling very comfortable here. I have neighbors of that ilk, and they feel very uncomfortable here. They feel very embarrassed, but they know that we are a land of peace and that we are peacekeepers largely within the community. I struggle because I have a lot of relatives in the States. And I look at the kids that go across border to play hockey or other sports. They were just there before Christmas, and I believe there were some that just came across. They didn't come into Smithville, but I would not want them to feel uncomfortable, nor would I want 11-year-olds to think that they didn't like the team on the other side, for other than the fact they might beat them in hockey or whatever. But we somehow need to be measured in our reactions to what is going on. This isn't a political foray. This is our arena and our kids. This is our future. And this is how, despite any kind of peacekeeping methods that we've held high as our standards in this country, I would not want to see that the children, without understanding, no longer like the other children across a line that doesn't exist. So I would want to be very careful. I'm not sure what Councillor Trombetta was saying. I guess if we remove the flag, if there is a danger. But I certainly don't want to make any big, extravagant effort to take it down tomorrow, because tomorrow it may not be a danger. So we need to be very guarded and very measured, as this country and the people who built it have always been. And that's where I'm coming from. We're all immigrants, and we came here in peace, or at least our families are. And then, and so that's how I feel. But I feel that our American cousins and the people who live here who are of American, and we have Canadians in the United States, people from West Lincoln. So let's just think about it very carefully. So I would agree that if there was a danger coming up, it might be something we want to take action on, but elsewise, I would rather that we don't create a big controversy about it.
Councillor Trombetta, I think he spoke well of it, and I think that's all I better say right now, because less I say about this, the better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, as I tried to explain, this was not like, I have American family as well. I think we're all connected to the states in one way or another. And so this is certainly not something we take lightly. We certainly realize what the bigger issue is. I think that the reality of the nature is that we're kind of doing an uncommon practice by having it kind of fixed in our community center, which is not necessarily all over Ontario. And unfortunately, to correct you, Madam Chair, to correct the mayor misunderstanding, we don't have an Ontario provincial flag. We have the Commonwealth flag, we have the Canadian flag, and we have the Township flag. I went and looked myself. It was actually when I was leaving the community center, I saw that. So we actually don't have the regular provincial flag up there, which I would like to see corrected, which I think is going to be naturally corrected through the review of the policy itself. And so, again, I get the concern, and it was just more, maybe the proactiveness or the anticipation of as things start to deteriorate and grow, there is always that risk factor. But I think I agree with members of council. I think it needs to be done in a way that's respectful, but at the same time, it's certainly not something that we need to worry about or should worry about too much beyond hoping that our relationship does repair itself sometime down the road. But at the same time, just like any other country, we would hold their flag up. We're not going to go permanently put it in our building. And I think this is where we kind of, as the situations present itself now, we're kind of reevaluating that, and we're seeing things we kind of just took for granted. I think part of us always factor ourselves as Canada and States as one and the same, that Cam-Am Fortress aspect of it, and I think right now the real ask is to fix that. That should never have been done in the first place by removing it and pulling it out when the American team comes up, and in the meantime we have staff come back to us with a revised or revamped flag policy that is going to reflect those specific details and criteria.
So I see the motion is to, I guess, Councilor Riley's motion is to remove it, but, first and foremost, and bear with me, if there could be a possibility of vandalism or anything in the arena, that stuff doesn't come to council. So if this is going to be a threat, this could be, or could be not a threat, but could be some vandalism or some damage could occur in the community center. I think we should leave it up to staff to decide if it should come down or not. Like, why is it coming to council? And it's usually staff's decision should be made to say if there's any, and just for clarity through you, Madam Chair, that this should be a staff decision. If there is going to be a possible vandalism or something, we don't get motions coming to council about other stuff that's been removed from the community center. So again, this, and not to pick on Councilor Riley for bringing it to council, but again, this should be left up to staff. So I think that it needs to be revisited by staff, because if there's going to be some, and I could see it coming because it's happening in other arenas. I've heard stories already it happening. If this is going to be an issue, then I think staff should keep the community center, I guess, safe. So maybe we leave it to the CAO and we revisit. Can we revisit this, or do you need an immediate?
Well, I would go to the clerk.
This was
in consultation
Correct.
with the clerk
Okay.
recommendation as far as what this came forward. I didn't write this at the kitchen sink.
We had nothing to do on Sunday, so maybe I thought you did.
No,
No problem.
Through the chair to Councilor Riley and to Councilor Trebetta, and for the benefit of the rest of council, there's a few kind of questions floating around here. So this is the motion on the floor. We can refer, so we can move to refer the matter to staff at a future council meeting. So that's one option, is the referral. The issue in regards to staff taking this on to just remove at their
Well, staff put it up.
staff put this has been, so this is where this had come from essentially, is that, so this has been a very long-standing traditional thing that I guess West Lincoln has done for a long time. We had reached out to different various staff members who have been here for a long time. They can't remember the arena without the American flag flying. We had reached out to our counterparts in the area. They also fly the flag with no mention of it in their flag policy. While our flag policy doesn't specifically denote the need for the American flag to be up, obviously policies can't speak to everything all at once. They're not all-encompassing. They're general guidelines. I felt it best to recommend to Councilor Riley to bring this conversation to council to see what council's decision was, based on the fact that it was a long-standing tradition that, as far back as anybody else can remember, we had the flag flying in our facilities, in our arena, specifically for sporting events. It just so happens that it's at the community center now. However, in the arena, that's just been the long-standing tradition. So that's the reason why it's coming to council now. And
well, I'd like to see, I guess, through the motion that that if it does need to be removed, that it's for safety precautions at the moment because of possible vandalism or something in that motion. Because ultimately, that is what's going to happen, which is happening in other arenas. I would like to see something attached to that motion and it be revisited, because again, if it's removed, I don't want it removed. I don't want to see it, because I said, we all have family, we have American relatives in our community we have here. So I don't want to see it removed to kind of, again, my whole thing on this, it could be a vandalism issue, and that's what I want to see, that we're protecting our community center from damage is what I'm looking at here. Because I hear it happening in other arenas. So some other counselor wants to add to that, or by all means.
So if I could just, put my opinion on the floor. Is it possible, Councillor Riley, that you would be willing to modify your recommendation to leave it to staff's discretion to remove the flag as they see fit for possible safety concerns, and then defer the flag policy review to staff?
So I'm open to the idea. I think you got to also look at it too. Like, I don't know what tools staff can use to measure the risk until something actually happens, and then we're going to blame staff for not acting on it. I feel like when I reached out to the clerk, the suggestion and recommendation to bring this forward this way was to help give staff that direction, the direction they never had originally. And so I think for us to, and I apologize if this comes off offensively, but to pass the buck and responsibility on the staff when we can just make a decision right now. We're not saying it can never come up in the community center. We're just saying if there's no American team visiting playing in town, why doesn't it just come down for the time being and then go up instead of waiting for it to trigger somebody, and then something happens, and then we're going to be like, well, we gave you a resolution to do something and you made the wrong decision, right? And so this is where we're kind of taking out the leadership component by just past this point, and that's my concern. Again, wasn't something I came up with on my own. It was in consultation with staff and what would make them feel better, because it wasn't done through council. It was just kind of thrown up there many years ago, and it was fine. It wasn't until the current change in climate and our relationship with our neighbors from the south and our family members and our friends who live there that now we're questioning things like this. So I would ask that, and I think it still supports the settlement of what Councillor Trebetto is concerned about, is that it still addresses the risk factor. If we pull it down, we're not prohibiting it. We're not saying it never goes up. We're just saying it can go up when there's American team visiting, and that way, at that point, they're still being recognized and respected, much what Councillor Maychuk was talking about as well, in other areas that are permitting it for any kind of team. It doesn't have to be American. It could be Finland, it could be Sweden, it could be any country in the world that visits. We would never keep it permanently in our facility. So that would be my ask, is that we just deal with it as is.
So I like some of those words you use, risk factor.
Yeah.
It's not prohibited. Like that, other countries coming in, I'd like to see some of that more in the motion.
But I think that comes in the policy. Would that not come back in the policy?
No.
If the clerk,
Good words.
we're gonna go to the clerk about that.
Through the chair to Councillor Riley, it wouldn't be borne out into the policy, as it is just very esoteric, very specific to certain situations where policies try to just guide rather generally. I can, if you're amendable to it, just based on how you're wording
Like an
the
abundance
resolution
of
right now.
caution? Is that kind of what you're looking for?
I can include affixed to township-owned facilities to be brought out when required, to specifically denote that while it's not permanently affixed into our facility, staff will store it somewhere to bring it out when, an American team comes out when their national anthem
So it
plays.
would come down and brought out when required? I'm fine with that, I think, and that probably helps solve things.
Did anyone else have, Councillor Chichak?
I'm not understanding why we need to have the policy, the flag policy. I'm just, no matter what we do, we're never going to make everybody happy. And I think that what we're talking about is a guideline or an application of the flag. But if we're really concerned about removing it, that's the part I don't like. It's the removing it. If it's supposed to come down for an abundance of caution, for risk, or for whatever at some point, then we have to measure that. And we have to say that now we have a problem. But if we're going to go up tomorrow and take the flag down, someone is going to be offended. And that's what's troubling me. So no matter how we do it, there will be people who will be wondering why. So if we're saying that after the end of the year, after the end of the hockey season, we will be changing our protocol or something like that, but our flag policy was just reviewed. So I'm troubled by the fact that we've now got a spark to review our flag policy that says we will remove it. But if there was a normalization of why and when we were going to take it down, because we're going to put up new guidelines, whatever. I just don't know that I can vote for this tonight because I still feel it doesn't have the proper wording. And if this is a council directive now to staff to take down the flag, or when to take it down, or what to do, I'm troubled.
Does any other members of council have any further comments or questions?
I would just call the vote.
Just call the
Yeah.
vote, please.
Okay, and we'll call the vote. Would you like to, let's read it one more time.
That administration be directed to remove American flags affixed to township-owned facilities to be brought out when required, and that administration be directed to review the corporate flag policy to ensure the township is compliant with the provisions therein.
Was that with the feedback, Councilor? I know Councilor Trombetta asked for specific.
As required.
As required, okay.
Okay, and we're going to vote by hand?
I can bring it up.
Okay, the vote will come in front of you. Oh, they've already closed their computer, so. Okay, so those all in favor, please raise your hand. And that,
I know, I told him already. It's coming up on the screen.
oh, it is? Oh,
Mine did.
no, mine didn't.
He's just entering it for us.
Oh, okay.
No. That failed, right? Oh, it did? Mm-mm. And did that carry?
Yes.
And that carried. 13, new business. Only items that require immediate attention and direction and must first approve a motion to introduce a new item of business. Do we have any items for new business? No. And this meeting is now adjourned at 11:30